Such shall be my motto in life and in death. Amen.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang magiliw, telas ng sinakalan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyag ka ng magiting, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisingil, sa nagagang tutok sa simoy at sa langit mong pagaw, ay hinatang tulad, awit sa pagkayang minamahal, ang isang ng matawad mo'y tagumpay na naghihingi, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di maghihingi, lumalang araw ng walang pagsinta, mo'y langit sa piling mo. Ang inigaya ng pagkay mga amin, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
The ICT Literacy and Capacity Building Bureau of the Department of Information Communications Technology have been delivering face-to-face ICT capacity development initiatives to government agencies, to the academe, and to the general public for several years now. However, with the community quarantine brought about by this global pandemic, the on-site training is on hold, hence the conduct of this online training. The Digital PH, the flagship of the DICT, is designed to implement the DICT's mandate in promoting digital literacy, ICT expertise, and knowledge building among the citizens. It endeavors to fast-track digital transformation of governance, education, workforce, and communities across the country. This training is geared towards achievement of the goals of the digital workforce, focusing on upskilling the workforce in the government and ICT-enabled sectors through the provision of digital skills development programs. With that, I welcome you all to this 5-day training. May this week be fruitful and be filled with knowledge. Thank you and good day. The ICT literacy
Right, so that's the message from our regional director, Frederick DC Amores. So, by the way, to those participants who don't know our coverage area for the Visayas cluster, to, no? So we have two regions, Region 7 and Region 8. And that's area po ng jurisdiction po namin. Again, meron po tayong mga participants from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. So I think they already here. So mayroon pang Quezon City, Manila. Saan pa yung iba? Oriental, Baguio. So marami. So again, the attendance po already provided in the chat box. So make sure po everyday po tayo may attendance. So basically, kailangan po kayong mag-attendance always. Part po yan ng activity po natin. Alright, so every day din po, we have different links for the module, every module. For example, in the next day, we will tackle about word processing. So different Google Meet link will be provided para to ensure namin sino talaga yung active talaga nag-participate dun sa training na to. Okay, so if mayroon kayong question, just chat na lang po dun sa chat box. And again, the recorded video also will be provided after the training. So maybe around 5 p.m. we will send or 6 p.m. we will send the recorded video. So basically, our training also will compose of computer internet essentials, word processing, Microsoft Excel, multimedia presentation, and basic network and troubleshooting techniques. So that will be on Friday. So today is about computer internet and internet essentials. So that will be our topic today. But before that, I would like to call Engineer Aris Zeta to talk about Tech4Ed as part of this partner for this free digital literacy training. So wala po to yung bayad. So I hope you enjoy for this 5-day training. So again, Sir Aris.
Okay, thank you, Josh. Engineer Joshua. To start with this particular training, we are presenting this particular platform. I'll be presenting it now. Let me with the delay. Oops. Okay, nakita niyo po ba yung presentation ko? By the way, my name is Aris, one of the Tech4Ed coordinator of the ICT. For this particular afternoon, we will start with a sort of overview of what is the Tech4Ed platform. Kasi ngayon po, there are a lot of ways to get an information online. But the DICT, which was created last 2016, as provided in Republic Act 10844, it has a primary policy, planning, coordinating, implementing, and administrative entity of the executive branch of the government that will plan, develop, and promote the national ICT development agenda. As you siguro abrupt yung changes natin ngayon, medyo napadali yung ICT usage in terms of education. That's why we are reaching out all throughout the Philippines for us to provide assistance to everyone. So I'll just run through this. This is our DICT vision, an innovative, safe, and happy nation that thrives through and is enabled by information and communications technology. So that's what we wanted to see in the future. And these are sectors that we cater for the Tech4Ed. One is the out-of-school youths, adults. Kasi di naman lahat pinalad na medyo nakapag-formal education, but we wanted those individuals to go back to schools. Educators, students, para naman, kasi mostly ngayon, kung magtatanong ka, if you want to ask information, i-google mo yan, which is, yes, possibly it's true, but we wanted to make sure that you will get the right information. So the ICT, a portal has been presented for individuals who wish to check information which is valid. Okay? Persons PWDs, alam naman natin na kahit may kapansanan sila, pwede rin naman sila matuto. Women, yes, to create a balanced environment, women has to learn more and do the task that is, pwede naman silang gumawa ng mga trabaho na kayang gawin ng mga lalaki. Senior citizen, yes. Sa ngayon po, lahat ng mga requirements online na po kinukuha. Kahit birth certificate, NBA clearance, etc. are now can be processed online. OFW, meron kami mga program na hindi naman siguro habang buhay mag-OFW sila. So we are trying to make sure that they can spend their money wise and to become an entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs po, isa din yan sa mga kinikater namin kasi sa ngayon maraming mga, yes, we can see that in Facebook, we can see a lot of people that are selling. The problem is they are not quite equipped on how to do those, to do those particular tasks. Sometimes kung medyo na-scam na halimbawa may nag-order tapos hindi naman binayaran, nawawala ng pag-asa. So we wanted to make sure that they have the right skill and capacity to do forward even though sa hindi naman po lahat successful online. Meron din namang nangyayari na hindi natin inaasahan with which dapat nating malampasan. Indigenous people, yes, there are also sila rin yung aming kinikater, farmers and fisher folks. Hindi po kesyo yung pagpa-farming kasi kailangan na natin mag-guide yung mga farmers, and sa fisher folk hindi naman po yung nagpupunta sa laot at nangingista. Marami rin po pwedeng magiging fisher folk by yung nagbre-breed ng mga exotic fish na pwedeng mapagkakakitaan. Persons deprived of liberty, yes, yan kinikater din namin because hindi naman kesyo nagkasala sila, wala na silang karapatan na magbago. Yun ang inaano namin is kung nagkasala man sila, yes, they can serve their sentence, but what about after serving the sentence? Halimbawa, 3 years, after 3 years, kung sila ay nagnakaw ng snatch, paglabas nila magiging ganun pa rin sila kasi wala silang medyo skill na nalaman. So we partnered with BJMPs for them to teach, to reform their lives once they finish their sentence. Pwede na sila makipaghalibilo sa tao na medyo may dangal na. Yes, nagkasala sila, they served the sentence and they are back for good na. What is Tech4Ed? Tech4Ed is technology empowerment for education, employment, entrepreneurship, and economic development. Magkasunod yan. Digital Inclusion Initiative of the ICT. For us with the ICT, we shared facilities providing access to e-government, ICT-enabled services, and relevant content. Nagpa-partner po kami sa DepEd, LGUs, and non-government organizations for us to present and guidance with the ICT. So, ito yung mga services basic services namin. Access to Tech4Ed platform, access to computers, access to e-gov services, access to digital literacy training such as this one in order to produce and improve ICT skills of its users. Ito po yung mga namin. As you can see, hindi lang po yung mga mature na, pati police, pati PDLs, yung nakadilaw, mga teachers, mga senior citizens that we are teaching to use the technology to parang mapadali yung mga routinary tasks natin sa araw-araw. So how to create an account with Tech4Ed? First is to go, wag po kayong mag-alam, I'll be sending this particular slides on how to do this kasi medyo maliit lang yung oras natin. I'll just run through this. I'll be sending a copy of this particular presentation through the email provided sa registration. So first, I'll run through this. Go to tech4ed.gov.ph and then instead of login, create a new account. Yun ang susunod na, then after which, you need to check your details such as providing your email address and your password. And then click submit. After which, pumunta po kayo sa email address niyo, buksan niyo po yung email, may mag-email po sa inyo na manggagaling sa Solearn. And then, ito yung kasunod, nasabi ko na, an email will be sent to you from Solearn, which is from info@tm/api.com. Okay? After which, click nyo lang po yung link na here. Automatically, you'll go to step 6, which you will fill up the information, your username, your mobile number, and step 7 would be your personal information to be collected. Huwag po kayong mag-aalala, lahat ng informations collected ay protected po ng DICT. Hindi po ito i-share kahit kanino. From any establishments, business, or other purpose, ito lang po ay gagamitin sa DICT only, for the Tech4Ed analytics only. And pagkatapos ito, name, gender, birthday, civil status, and ang country, dito naman sa Pilipinas. So, ito lang yung ano dito. Ang city, barangay, at region, it would cater much on the center address, not your home address, kumbaga. Okay? Magbibigay din ako ng listahan sa buong Pilipinas kung ano yung mga centers na nasa lugar niyo po. I'll just run through this. Okay. So, pagkatapos ito, yung personal information, which is educational attainment, kung grade 4, third year high school, etc. And then, yung occupation nyo ngayon, and ang center, ito yung sinasabi ko, yung center would be the name of the Tech4Ed center which is near your area. Ito po yun. Kung ano pong address ng center nito, ito po yung lalagay nyo dito sa city, barangay, region 7 or region 8, region 1, region 2, at saka yung province. Tsaka po, yun po ang ano nito, ang catch up nito. Hindi po yung home address niyo, hindi wala pong pupunta sa bahay niyo na mag-collect ng any information or magbigay ng any ano sa tungkol sa Tech4Ed. Yung address po nito is ang address ng center na ibibigay niyo sa pangalawang bahagi ng instruction, which is the center name. Halimbawa, kung gagamitin niyo po ang dito sa Cebu, ang DICT Provincial Training Center sa Cebu, ang lagay nyo sa center dito, ang address dito is City, Cebu, Barangay San Roque, Ciudad, Region 7, Province of Cebu. Ito po yung ilalagay nyo na data. Again, sinabi ko na, ang address dito na gagamitin is not your home address but the address of the center. Don't worry, I'll be sending through an email the list of centers which is located in every region, in every province. Okay? Step 8, we summarize what you have entered. Ito yung name, etc., etc. Hindi ko na lang sasabihin lahat. Ito yun, pati yung sector kung ano kayo. Kasi dito sa collect information, tinatanong kung anong sectors, teachers, educators, indigenous people, senior citizen, we would like to know po yung category ng sector niyo po. So ito po yung pagkatapos yung mag-save, click save, lalabas po itong platform dito. So may 8, ano po tayo, may 8 contents ng isang Tech4Ed platform. Ito po yan. E-Agri, E-Marketplace, E-Health, Gender Development, Rural Impact Sourcing, E-Edoc Skills, E-Assist, and E-GovServes. Wait, I'll go back. Pardon me. So, ang Tech4Ed platform mo ay may 8 contents. Sa sinabi ko na earlier, from agriculture to business to education to online services and the government services also that is being presented. Unahin natin E-Agri. E-Agri aims to use the ICT to enhance the localized farm technologies and increase productivity and reduce cost of farmers and fisher folks. Kasi ang nangyayari sa atin, medyo ang yumaman lang isang middleman. Yung mga farmers natin, binibili yung copra, binibili yung mga crops nila in a low price, and then pagdating sa local market natin, medyo mataas na. So we wanted to provide them assistance from farming, sa pagtatanim, pagpatubo, at saka sa market na. Kung saan i-market, para naman matuto sila na lumaki yung kita nila. Hindi yung sila nga yung nagpagod, nagpahirap sa pagtanim, tapos yung kikitain nila is manggalingan lang. So ito yung content ng e-agri, e-farming, will rise mo it up. Yung may mga application po tayo kasi nasa 20th century na tayo, wherein devices are already ready for everyone. So may mga applications po applications tayo through Android na pwedeng gamitin ng isang smartphone. Wala pong iOS muna, but Android muna since we are using a lot of Android phones in our area sa Pilipinas po. Yung ilan-ilan lang po, siguro yung mga may kaya, sabi natin may kaya kasi mas mahal yung iPhone. Hindi mo na inaano ng government yung mga mamaran, kundi yung kung anong gamit ng masa. Pardon me. So ito po yung ano namin sa e-agri. May aquaculture, livestock, and agriculture. Ang yun sa amin lang is to help smallholders gain access to formal markets, improve productivity, and reduce loss. Tulungan natin yung magsasaka natin kasi sila yung naghihirap. Para magpatubo, we have to be, in order for us to have foods to be placed on our tables. And then, for farmers, cooperatives, and business and foods processors obtain real-time information price on market and to provide them with a wide range of market, not just nationwide, but worldwide na. Para din sa kabutihan natin to na to have a food security and sustainability both from the producers and to end users. Gusto po nating maging stable lahat kasi medyo sa ngayon po yung mga farmers ang kawawa natin kasi medyo sila yung nagpagod. Tapos bibilhin lang yung mga crops nila at a lower price, pero pag pumunta sa local market natin medyo may almost doubled po yung price sa pagbili sa kanila. So with the government side, we wanted to ensure that they will be provided the right options for them to gain more access to markets na para naman medyo lumaki yung kita nila. O kumbaga medyo kung makapunta sila sa local market, siguro lahat naman ng mga local politicians are trying to their best to have local to farm to market roads for them to, para naman i-deliver yung mga goods sa local market. Kaso nga lang, yung mga middleman, yung yumaman, dahil sila yung bumibili sa mga farmers natin at lower cost, and then binibenta nila sa local market at higher cost. So yun ang e-agri. I'll be running through this. E-agri also provides scientific technology sa pagtingin ng lupa. Hindi naman po kesyo may lupain tayo, pwede na nating itanim kung kahit ano. Dapat we wanted, as in government side, we wanted to ensure that we can provide information on what crops are needed, or if they wanted to plant this particular crop, what are necessary fertilizer procedures that are being set. Okay. Sa center, taga saan po kayo, Sir I'm sorry, Jonel? Taga saan po kayo, sir? Ito na lang, sir. Gawin na lang natin to Davao. Ito na lang. Later na lang po kasi medyo malit lang yung oras natin. Mag-ano pa tayo sa email. Mag-email po ako sa inyo ng list of centers which is located in your area. Okay po? Ma'am Iris, sinabi ko na po, yung center, yung address po is center ng address. So, tiga saan po kayo, ma'am? Kasi later on, after within this, sa Cebu City, Saan sa Cebu, ma'am? Um, Eto, ma'am. Sige, pasensya na kayo sa Labangon po, by December pa po ako with the local government sa barangay. Second week of December, may presentation po kami sa barangay niyo po for your barangay to have a center. Hindi pa po kami nakapag-create yan. Pero kung gusto niyo po mag-create ngayon, ito po yung ano niyo gawin. Balikan po tayo saglit, ha? Yung ilagay niyo po dito sa city, Cebu City. Barangay sa Ma'am Iris is San Roque, Ciudad. And then Region 7, Province of Cebu. And then current address, pwede niyo pong ilagay yung address niyo at saka yung permanent address. Pero yung nakalagay dito sa barangay is not your barangay address but the address of the center. Yung center po na gagamitin nyo, pag ginawa yung barangay syudad, dalawa pong lalabas niyan. Yung isa is ang CTU, Cebu Technological University, at yung isa is the ICT Provincial Training Center. Piliin nyo po yung Provincial Training Center at pagkatapos po niyan, lalabas na po ito. Am I Irish? Nakalusot po ba kayo, ma'am? Bago tayo mag-continue. Sige po, tutuloy na po ako sa para mas madali po. Sinabi ko na kanina, we wanted to provide information to farmers. May lagay kaming link dito for them to be given certain guidance in farming. Para naman po tayo bigyan natin ng scientific technology na bakit yung pagtatanim natin ito lang yung bunga, dapat kailangan nating to know what are necessary guidelines for us to have a good crops. Okay? Meron ding mga technology na kailangan nating matutunan kung paano gagamitin yung mga crops natin to have a better option of providing goods to the market. So I'll run through this lang po. So ito po, from agriculture to aquaculture to livestock. Ang agriculture po, pwede naman po tayo kahit nasa city po tayo, sa Cebu City, pwede naman po tayo magtanim sa ating bakuran, di po ba? So yun po, may mga, kung nagawi po kayo minsan sa SM, may po doon, nagbibenta ng types of soil, type of crops na pwede niyong itanim kahit sa bakuran lang. And pwede po kayong humingi ng mga guidance dito po sa Tech4Ed platform, sa center natin, kung paano magpatubo ng isang tanim. Kahit sa maliit na location lang, kahit sa bakuran lang. Aquaculture. Hindi po yung fisheries natin is kailangan pumapalao tayo para mangisda. Pwede naman po tayo magbenta ng ornamental fish farming, yung sa aquarium. Di po ba? Marami pong nahihilig ngayon sa mga flower horn, ariwana. I used to have one. Kasi I'm not sure if it's still alive kasi naiwan ko sa Iligan City. Seaweed farming. Meron din farming dito yung mga, kasi napoproduce itong mga seaweeds na pwedeng gawing pansit, kanton. Pwedeng gawing plastics. So maraming pwedeng gawin na pwede nyo matutunan na nasa portal namin. Livestock, kung paano mag-raise ng isang baboy, manok, the biogas production, dairy production, if may medyo kalakihan yung lugar nyo, pwede kayong ng isang baka, kambing, pwede kayong mag-breeding ng native chicken. So maraming mga matutunan nyo po sa platform namin sa loob ng e-agri. Ang e-farming din po, isa content sa e-agri namin which provides information, technical advisory services on agricultural and fisheries technology. From livestock, as sinabi ko na, fisheries, kung paano ng isang isda, and kung paano magiging productive yung coffee natin, at kung ano pa. Let's just run to it lang po. May application kasi mostly ngayon may mga devices na po tayo. So we wanted to ensure that we can deliver ICT through, kasi lahat naman po ata tayo, kahit farmer may mga cellphones na, di ba? And medyo obsolete na po yung mga keypad. Kadalasan ngayon kahit sa may mga mumurahin na ng mga smartphone. So with our partners, an Android application has been created to ensure na may gabay sa paggamit ng -1 element technique. Mostly sa farming to. If may mga nalalaman na kayo, pwede kayong pumasok sa aming portal to have an in-depth idea of what is the MOET, the -1 element technique na inaano ng DAR natin sa ating mga DAR means Department of Agriculture to our farmer. Okay? Meron din tayong customer service messaging center na wherein pwede kayong mag-send ng message, itatanong nyo kung bakit ganito yung crops natin, bakit yung palay namin medyo yung tubo. Pwede po kayong humingi ng payo through our text center. Hindi nga lang po magre-reply ito ng sabihin natin within 5 minutes, medyo may katagalan po at least 48 hours maximum kasi nire-route po to sa mga experts. Hindi lang po computerized, but experts will be the one to guide those queries that are being sent to this number. Medyo globe po siya. So sa pagkakalam ko, 0917 is a globe number. Pasensya na po. So, sa Pinoy Rice, from seed to harvest, isang content po namin sa portal na nag-explain kung paano magtanim ng rice in a fruitful way. May mga key-check po tayo na binabase para naman maging produkto yung ating palayan. Meron din kaming Rice Crop Manager wherein it's an application, Android application, which helps farmers personalized crop and nutrient management recommended for rice fields through a one-page printout and text messages. Rice Data and Information Portal is also providing information, the database of agricultural research, rice-related data, information through the Rice Research Institute website. Nagbibigay po ito ng information sa lahat ng mga gustong matuto kung paano mapalago yung rice farming natin. Kasi naman sa Pilipino, tayong mga Pinoy, kailang medyo naghahanap tayo ng rice eh. And if we have problems with our rice crops, we have also an application which will provide information on how to deal with some pests that are causing troubles to our rice farming. So may rice doctor po tayo na pwede natin gamitin using our Android apps, na Android mobile devices na pwedeng gamitin ng isang farmer or teacher na gustong magturo ng pagtatanim sa kanilang mga estudyante. Ang Rice Knowledge Bank po ay isang sorry. Medyo makati yung wala muna ko. Rice Knowledge Bank showcases rice production techniques from agricultural technologies and best farming practices based on International Rice Research Institute, full of knowledge from research things and learnings and media resources in our country. Sa nakikita nyo po, from pre-planting to growth and post-production, itinuturo po kung paano tayo magiging successful sa ating farming. So, I will run through this lang po. Yung mga sinabi ko kanina na yun yung sa e-farming na content na kung gusto po sa mga teachers, kung gusto nyo pong magturo sa estudyante nyo ng farming, meron po tayong content dito sa Tech4Ed na pwede nyo i-share sa inyong estudyante kung paano maging successful farmers, not really farmers, but to plant seeds, crops within, hindi naman kailangan ng medyo kalakihan ng area, but kahit sa likod bahay lang, sa bakuran lang natin, na pwede tayong magtanim ng kamatis, lemon, yung siling labuyo, na pwede natin, siling labuyo medyo may kamahalan minsan, So pwede nating maibenta or kahit consumable lang na, no, kahit talong, yung mga tanim na pwede nating makain, kumbaga sa pwede nating itanim as a farm. Next po na content natin is an e-marketplace with which provides greater market research beyond the entrepreneurs community for exponential economic growth and opportunities. Ito po yung showcase ng government natin na para naman sa mga gustong magbalak ng mag-online or yung mga produkto nila na pwedeng to have a greater wide market, pwede pong bisitahin nila to kasi may mga options po lang pwedeng ibenta. E-marketplace, ito po yung mga natin, may mga objectives po tayo na pwedeng mag-direct sales, social media co-ops, yung mga importanteng bagay na pwedeng matutunan ng isang entrepreneurs. Nandito po lahat. So, isa sa namin is parang Lazada siya, the Memory of Ventures, na nag-showcase ng mga pardon me. Nag-showcase ng handcrafted materials coming from Region 4B. Ito po ay DOST as initiated project na nag-a-assist ng MSME within the Region 4B. May mga produkto po silang sino-showcase but mostly ang yung dito is products from Region 4B. May official courier po tayo na Air 21 which collects 150 pesos per order. I'm sure. Next would be a one store which is parang Lazada na pwede nyong ibenta o pwede kayong bumili ng mga produktong Pinoy na gawa ng ating medium small MSMEs all throughout the Philippines at pwede din kayong magbenta. If you have a product, halimbawa gumagawa kayo ng peanut butter, you can sell it on this particular one store PH, this is DOST operated, na pwede nyo is-sell online. Mag-apply lang po kayo dito sa bandang kanan, makikita niyo po sell on store, sell on sellers on dashboard. Sellers dashboard, pwede niyo po makita kung medyo anong produkto nyo na kumikita sa inyo. Next would be the e-health. We are also providing hindi lang po kayo sabi-sabi yung mga natin. The government is trying its best to provide information the right way. This content provides basic health information and access to existing and available Philippine-based health-related online resources, healthcare organizations, hospitals, etc., and even online resources. Kasi medyo may katuturan po pag kumuha tayo ng informasyon na hindi yung sabi-sabi lang. Ito po ay well-documented and manggagaling sa mga experts talaga. Kahit ang DOH po, gumawa sila ng e-learning management system wherein kung gusto niyo po matuto to improve your knowledge on, what is being experienced throughout our community sa paggamit ng alcohol, tobacco, yung mga abuses niyan, meron po silang mga courses available which is available online. May email po na nakalagay dito, pwede kayong magtanong or pwede po kayong tumawag. I think the number being presented here is locally based in Manila since the DOH is operating, the e-learn is operating in sa NCR po. Pwede po kayo mag-enroll online. Kung gusto niyo po matuto ng this is an open source e-learning platform providing online practical and beneficial healthcare training to all healthcare workers. At saka kung gusto niyo matuto kung paano gamitin ng isang gamot, halimbawa yung lagundi. Hindi yung by experiment lang. Mas mabuti kung yung may guidance talaga ng mga experts. Ang platform po natin ay may po rin sa healthcare organizations which is legit, Global Council, Population Council, UNICEF, the WHO. This segment is an aggregation of links to global and international healthcare organizations, giving community access to relevant information. Hindi lang yung sabi-sabi, but this is coming from experts talaga. May ano rin tayo sa local ano natin na Department of Health, Department of Science and Technology, FNRI, National Heart Health Facility Registry, yung mga links natin sa government that involves overseeing the health sectors sa Pilipinas. And kung may okay tayo na signal, may mga online resources po tayo na pwede nating makuna na informasyon. Hindi yung medyo sabihin yung kapitbahay na ganito ang gawin. Kung gusto niyo I'm sorry. This is an aggregation of links to health and medical online resources, including may mga video tutorials, research, and published materials po na talagang hinasa ng mga experts na magpresenta ng tamang informasyon. Hindi yung medyo sabi-sabi lang, sabi ni ganito, sabi ni ganyan ang gawin mo. So this is somehow like a guidance. Hindi naman kasi nag-ano kami na wag na kayo pumunta ng doktor. No, to have a good specialized health services, we need to go to experts talaga to have a better results. But if in case medyo sa ngayon medyo bawal pa yung face-to-face, may mga online resources po na tayo na pwede nating we can look the information provided para naman malaman natin kung paano kumilos at paano gamitin yung mga gamot. We also have the gender and development content, which provides content on women empowerment, provides for protection of women and skills enhancement. May EGO for women, gender and development policies, training modules, etc. Meron po dito yan. Kung gusto pong ano. Kasi kadalasan yung pag ang babae medyo magang nag-asawa, hindi na malimit kasi hindi gusto nila hindi walayan yung mga bata nila. So as much as possible, we have this portal which connects women for them to provide training and guidance para naman mabigyan sila ng hanap buhay online. So it's a job matching sa Connected Women, job matching platform that connects busy professionals from abroad to Filipino virtual assistants na nakaano po sa ating ano. Ito po rin yung EGO for women, which is Turkey policy for policy makers in designing gender and responsive ecosystem. Guard policies is the PCW laws on women's contents for women protection and women's rights. Ito po yung mga, kung gusto nyo po malaman ng isa babae yung mga ano nila, kung paano gamitin yung tamang paraan para naman malaman nila kung ano yung rights nila as an individual. May mga training modules po na tinatawag namin Wi-Fi, hindi yung Wi-Fi na connectivity, but Women ICT Frontier Initiatives. Okay, this is a training modules that will equip women with entrepreneurship and ICT skills. Tinuturuan po dito kung paano ma-harness ng isang babae gumamit ng ICT sa kahit anong paraan ng kanilang trabaho para mapadali yung mga trabaho nila. Next would be the Rural Impact Sourcing, which is now known as the Digital Jobs PH. May mga ano po, provides an introduction to online job opportunities. Dalawa po to. If you are busy enough to kasi may mga face-to-face training tayo na kinakandak from municipalities to municipalities. Sa ngayon po, meron po kaming nakandak na web design training sa Lapu-Lapu, meron din sa Negros, meron din sa Bohol upcoming. So sa ngayon medyo wala kaming face-to-face web training lang, limited lang. Kasi bawal kahit naman sa ngayon bawal mag face-to-face. So mostly ang ginagawa namin is online training, mostly ang inaano namin. Pero if you have kung wala kayong time na sa scheduled training, meron dito sa portal namin at your own pace, pwede kayong matuto on how to become an entrepreneur online. May tatlo po kami content dyan. Freelancer Bootcamp, Freelancer Client Management Guide, and Social Media Marketing Bootcamp. Sa Freelancer Bootcamp, may mga tutorial kami kung paano magiging live chat support, email handling, audio-video transcription, with research and data entry. Ano po, freelancer client management guide, may mga tutorial po din kaming pinipresenta at your own pace kung kailan lang po kayo libre, kung paano matuto, which directs user to to a video link on a mentoring program on e-commerce and digital marketing for MSMEs and freelancers. Social media marketing, we have an ample things that you need to learn on how to deal with social media. Yes, we can earn much in social media, and we also need to take care to be cautious on what we sell online, how to gain market online, how to paano natin maibenta yung mga goods natin online at a reasonable cost. Meron din kami yan. Pero itong mga training po na pinipresenta ko, this is at your own pace. Kung if you have your spare time, kahit cellphone po, smartphone lang po, hindi yung keypad. Kahit smartphone, pwede nyo po ma-view itong mga tutorials na ito, yung mga guidance on how to become entrepreneurs on social media. Now, sa mga teachers, we have e-edoc skills. Now, sa e-edoc skills, an e-learning on demand to address the educational divide. These are our components and objectives. For OSY, we gain high school diploma and accreditation and equivalency. Yung mga natin, develop personal values, etc. to have a result of individual and community empowerment. Kasama na po, babalik po lang ha, saglit. Kasama na po dito ang alternative learning system, skills training in TESDA to, if an individual wanted to venture in BPO, meron kaming tinatawag na LEAP na i-explain ko furthermore later to improve their communication skills, to speak in English fluently, and to understand using grammars and speech. So this is our e-edoc skills, which aims to deliver e-learning on demand to address educational divide. It has 12 components. Sa nakikita nyo po, ang pinakauna sa DepEd ALS Alternative Learning System. Kung ano po yung ALS na tinuturo ng mga DepEd natin, yung mga printed, ang ginawa po ng DICT, we partner with DepEd to have it digitized. I'm sorry. So ito po yung DepEd wherein it has various contents na pwedeng gamitin ng isang DepEd teachers to their students or for those individual na gustong bumalik mag-aral at mag-take ng accreditation tulad ni Manny Pacquiao na ngayon ay isang graduate ng business management. So hindi po edad ang problema para matuto tayo. Pwede pa po tayong matuto sa paraan na pwede natin gawin. Ang government po natin ay presenting a way to have you back to, kasi mas maganda po may kalaman tayo eh. Medyo mas, hindi man tayo yung maman, but magiging mapapagaan yung mga gawain natin sa araw-araw. Isang example din natin, besides Pacquiao, is a magna cum laude graduate of Cebu Institute of Technology as an ECE. Nakapaghinto po siya pero hindi po yun dahilan para hindi siya makapagtapos ng pag-aaral. Sa DepEd ALS po, bago po to mabuksan yung content na to, is every user has to take the 45-item function literacy test. So bago po magamit niya yung modules na nasa loob ng alternative learning system, he or she needs to pass the 45-item functional literacy test bago niya magamit yung ang ALS curriculum. Ito po yung isa sa laman ng ALS, sa eskwela. Dadaanan po tayo nito kasi medyo mamahaba po pag inano natin. Kasunod po ng ALS ng e-edoc skills is digitallearn.org. tulad po nito, this is digital literacy. Now, if you wanted to have your students learn at their own pace, meron po kaming isang content online for them to learn on how to use computer. Why use a computer? Getting started on a computer. At their own pace, they can complete this particular cycle and learn how to use devices at their own way to kumbaga mapapagaan nila yung mga gawain nila sa pang-araw-araw. This is a free online hub for digital literacy support and training provided by the Institute of Museum and Library Science of the United States. Partner po natin to, hindi po to gawa ng Pinoy, but still a good way of learning on how to, increase the knowledge of an individual in terms of using devices. Kasi sa ngayon, medyo attached na tayo sa devices. So, lahat na pang-araw-araw natin, pagtawag, pag-text, even videos, even ordering foods, medyo mano na tayo sa paggamit ng online. Since we are now creating an environment with our ASEAN neighbor, the ASEAN member countries have created this particular platform in partnership with Empire Code, Microsoft, and ASEAN Foundation. Nag-o-offer po sila, online po to ha, nag-o-offer po sila ng mga courses such as Digital Citizenship, Dream Team Player, Digital Wizard, which is available online, and pwede pong matutunan ng isang individual at their own pace. Hindi lang po ito nakatagalog, puro English po ito kasi we are at this particular stage, if we're going to use the future read the ASEAN, it means that we are now ready to mingle with our neighboring countries such as Singapore, Malaysia, Hong Kong, Indonesia, Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, Thailand. Meron din kami isang partner, which is the Global Community Foundation, which provide training improvements. It contains the self-paced tutorials, puro po tutorials for free, from senior learning computer basics to seasoned professionals. Kung gusto nyo pong ma-enhance yung paggamit nyo sa Word, Excel, PowerPoint, or database man ang gamit nyo, or Linux, etc. Marami po kayong matutunan dito. Meron po silang mga video materials na pwede nating ma-view while at our own time po. Ito po sinasabi ko kanina na isang beta phase pa lang na ginawa ng DOST, the Learning English Application for Pinoy, to improve students' capacity to communicate using English as a medium. And if they wanted to enhance their skills, in order for them to land in a BPO jobs, pwede po itong gamitin. For now po, ini-encourage ko po kahit sa samang dulo ng Region 7 ako napupunta, ini-encourage ko po yung grammar and vocabulary para naman po mag-start yung student on how to compose themselves in communicating. Yung speech po, pwede rin po. Alam kong hindi po natin makukuha yung accent na American accent, but from time to time, we can communicate, at least we can communicate well by understanding what is necessary in communication. Beta phase pa lang po to, it's a LEAP program, which is kung may mga center available po sa lugar nyo, pwede nyo po itanong na pwede ba akong gumamit ng LEAP, kasi ang LEAP na po to i-install sa hindi po to pwede sa smartphone, but pwede po to sa laptop at saka desktop. Hindi po kailangan ng internet connectivity nito po. This is an offline tool which can use to enhance one's capability to ensure communication using English as a medium. I'll move forward. Next will be the Let's Read Asia. Sa ngayon po, siguro it's been a problem that a child has not been much interactive. For me, mas okay ngayon yung gumawa yung DepEd ng modules kasi yung parents have time to reach out to their children on learning methods. Medyo may ano na, sense of touch na yung parents. But for this task, for this content, pwede po gamitin to you know, to read stories to our children, to the young ones. Pwede po tayong kumuha ng mga ano dito. Kahit sa cellphone to, pwede nating basahin. If may load lang po tayo, may mga kwento natin pwede nating i-share sa ating mga kabataan, elementary, kasi most likely elementary or preschools are, you know, eager to learn stories from their parents to their teachers. So ito po, ginagamit po to ng Mandawi City Library kasi may mga projects sila bago nag-COVID, na pumupunta sila sa lugar, sa ibang barangay to have a short story or even parang magkukwentuhan. So downloadable naman po kasi itong mga ano nito, kasi ang problema pag walang internet sa lugar na yon, ang ginawa ng isang librarian, dinownload niya, tsaka pumupunta sa isang lugar, doon niya kinikwento yung mga stories na being presented in Let's Read Asia. Next would be, siguro po sa mga kabataan ngayon, medyo most of the parents are now being cautious because of the learning method that they had to go to a library, they had to go to an internet cafe. But for now, the government is now presenting online e-library, wherein hindi na po kailangan pumunta ng isang estudyante na lumuwas ng ilang kilometro para lang pumunta ng isang library. But we are offering an e-library, a content which is guided by the Rotary Club of Parañaque to provide information for those who wanted to have a research. Isa po to sa tatlong e-library na nasa portal namin. Ang pangalawang e-library namin is operated by Starbucks, which is the Starbucks Online, na pwede na po mag-research using their cell phones. Sila nga po, sa ngayon, they are challenging students to download the math and science questions na inaano ng Starbucks Quiz app. Available po to sa Google Play, wherein may mga ano po na pwedeng ma-practice ng isang estudyante on how to answer questions. Ito po ay operated by DOST, and it offers various learning materials in print and video format that are aligned to K-12 DepEd curriculum. Isa po to sa online e-library natin na pwedeng ma-access either laptop, desktop, or cell phone. The last would be the e-library, which is operated by the National Library of the Philippines, which is the Techno Aklatan. May mga pwede po itong mga ano. These materials mostly found here are of public domains and others are public and are for public libraries as used as permitted upon subscription. So, pwede na hong nasa bahay lang, basta't may connectivity lang, pwede na hong mag-research mula sa bahay lang using their cell phone, smartphone, tablet, or laptop. May tatlo pong ino-offer ng Tech4Ed na pwedeng kahit sa bahay lang pwede nyo makita, nagre-research yung mga kabataan. So next will be skills training on TESDA. Alam nyo naman, TESDA is a government agency which offers an online classes, which is also available on our platform. A link is available on our on our platform. This is in partnership with the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority, which is TESDA. The TESDA online program is open educational source that aims to make technical education more accessible to Filipino citizens through and use of information communications technology. Again, yung mga accreditation po is only available to accreditation centers all throughout nationwide. Okay po? And if you wanted your students to parang mahasa sa learning nila, meron po kami mga mock test which is in partnership with DG Bayanihan At Test Hero is a platform that will help prepare students for admission exams, certifications. Dito po sa ano to ang nire-recommend ko mostly for high schools and elementary, yung reading comprehension. Kasi time po siya. And para po mahasa yung pag-iisip at saka yung ano ng isang estudyante to learn how to read and understand what is being presented. It's a 60 items with a 50-minute time test. May math po din sila, may science, and even for those who are offering alternative learning system, pwede niyo pong yung mga estudyante, no, pwede niyo pong mag-review using our platform, using the ALS Reviewer, bago sila kumuha ng isang certifications na bilang ALS graduate. And again, since we are nasa technology na po tayo at the height of the technology, meron po tayong mga sitwasyon na nangyayari sa cyberbullying, cybersecurity, para naman po tayo matuto kung paano hindi maloko online or even sa cellphone. Kasi marami na po ngayon yan. Kahit yung mother ko nga, my mom received an email that is somehow informing her na nanalo raw siya kay Willie na sa Shopee ng 20,000. Yet may link doon, pag na-click mo yon, mararoute siya sa isang website to collect money. So I said, Mom, do not click those option wherein pag ginawa mo yon, baka ma-compromise yung account mo. Kasi mostly ginagamit niya cellphone lang eh. So yun. So we are also presenting the values and character formation for students, not just for students, for adults also. Para naman magiging malakas yung loob nila kasi iba yung nangyayari ngayon. Kasi kahit online cellphone na, pinubuli pa, tinitext, maraming nangyayari na hindi okay sa mga kabataan or for those who have weak minds. Yung hindi naman yung medyo sensitive yung pag-iisip niya. Meron din kami isang platform content that it has e-assess which provides learning and continuous skills development opportunities for digital inclusion or special sectors. Kasama na po dito ang Digital Garage ng Google na nag-offer ng online classes with certificates para sa mga estudyante or learners who wanted to ensure that they will be equipped in what they are facing with. As you can see, ang components nito is ICT literacy, financial literacy. Dito po natin tinitira yung OFW. Na, kasi minsan kadalasan pag nagpapadala parang buhay mayaman. Yung nagtatrabaho sa labas, kumakayod, but yung mga tao na, yung pamilya nila dito, panay gastos yung ganito. Walang source of extra income that would help their relatives that are working abroad na para naman gumaan. So, may mga financial literacy kami na pwede dito, guidance on how to create a business. Yung objective lang namin is to provide opportunities for digital inclusions to marginalized communities. Educate OFW and their families on how to save, invest, and spend money wisely. Isa po yan. Help teachers learn techniques, strategies using the technology to develop 21st century skills. Meron din kami dito yan. Develop competencies relevant to a particular industry for higher grade jobs. And lastly, to enable SMEs to use internet as a tool of expansion. So ito yung po yung financial literacy namin. Wait, let me go back. Na isang content na online namin na tinuturo namin sa OFW and their families, at least they will have an extra income while their loved ones are working abroad. As I've said earlier, ito po yung Google Digital Garage wherein it offers a lot of topics learning materials that are being presented na pwede nyo pong gamitin to improve your skills. May mga certificates available po sila. Depende sa modules. And ICT for entrepreneurs, yes, kailangan nating turuan yung mga online entrepreneurs na kung paano kumilos, kung paano magnegosyo, and even those yung mga teachers or individuals who wanted to earn extra income while they are still working, kung saan papasok yung business, hindi yung sa networking. Kadalasan kasi nawawalan sila ng gana kasi pagkatapos ng medyo yung gastos nila medyo walang katuturan. May rin tayo with Intel, which is the ICT literacy for digital, which has an Intel Easy Steps activity book wherein it will guide individual on how to improve their digital literacy. And I would highly recommend this one, which is also Google courses which is offered online for ICT career development. Yung mga gustong mag-improve using Android developer, develop Android apps, kung gusto nyo matuto ng ganun, meron sila po dito. And ito po rin, sorry, napindot ko agad. Siguro ngayon maraming naapektuhan ng pagkawala ng trabaho. So we at the ICT also provide this particular online and offline tool. Kung may Tech for Ed Center po, pwede po kayong pumunta doon kahit walang internet, pwede po itong gumana. Kung gusto nyo online, kailangan po may internet. So this is a social platform designed to prepare graduating students, not just graduating students of colleges and Tibet Institute, but those individuals to be job ready. It further aims to develop the right mindset of guidance for succeeding and thriving in their careers. Kumbaga, ito po, ang gagawin lang po nila if it is online is to register and then follow on the mandatory modules and elective modules, and then once certified, pwede po mag-apply ng internship. You will be guided with the instructor on where to apply and with recommendations na. Okay? Hindi po to medyo madali, pero para naman sa at least you may pasensya po, medyo pardon us with the inconvenience, medyo nagka-problema po tayo sa natin. Hello po. Hello. Narinig niyo po ba ako?
Yes, sir. Okay po.
Pasensya
Yes,
na po.
sir.
Medyo na lang po yung natin. Nagka-problema lang konti. Pasensya. Yep, nagka-problema lang medyo nag-click and ano ko. Saglit lang po, i-ano ko lang konti. Sana ba ako? Medyo nano lang malapit na po tayong ito. Present ko ulit ito. Pasensya na po. Medyo nagkaano lang. Technical problem lang. Hindi naman gaano. Ma'am Anchieta, babalik po tayo diyan mamayang konti. So, bibigay ko po sa inyo. So, ito po yung digital card. Pasensya na po, medyo nagkagulo yung konti, but medyo malapit na po. Dito na tayo sa dito. Okay. As I've said earlier, once yung mga tinuturuan nating junior high school or senior high school, if they wanted to have an edge to find a job, try to encourage them to enroll in the career engine. Wala pong bayad to, libre po to. For them to have an edge to get a job, hindi naman yung diretso manager, at least they will be given the skill to be prepared on a particular task na pwede nilang maging trabaho. Next will be the e-gov services, or which is a this is a link of the national government portal, an aggregation of various content and services from the government agencies, making the Tech4Ed platform a one-stop shop for selected government services. Kung sa Cebu po medyo may kukuha tayo ng birth certificate, pumipila po tayo dyan malapit sa may Gaisano South Mall. Di po ba? Gaisano Capital South Mall. Gaisano Capital South. Gaisano South, I'm sorry. Kabaliktaran. So, pwede naman po tayong hindi pumila. Pwede naman po natin gawing online po yan. Just log on to our Tech4Ed platform. Meron pong link tayo sa ating PSA na pwede tayong kumuha, delivered at our own home. Siyempre, may fees po to have it delivered, pero hindi na po kayo hindi na po hassle na pumila sa mahabang pila, gigising na maaga again, and then mag-antay ng ilang oras, nakatayo, bago magbayad, and then sasabihin babalik ka na mamayang hapon para kumuha na yung certificate, yung birth certificate mo, yung PSA. But then, it's possible to have it done online. Kahit sa cellphone mo, may Tech4Ed platform man kayo, pwede na kayong mag-click doon, provide information and the payment. Hindi po ang Tech4Ed kumukuha ng payment, but the Bayad Center will be the one to collect the money and fees to be collected. Kahit sa NBI po, ang nangyayari po kasi, pupunta tayo ng NBI, nagpapa-encode tayo, nagbabayad tayo ng 25 pesos, di po ba? So sa NBI clearance, pwede na po tayong mag-request. Hindi na tayo magbabayad ng 25 pesos sa mga taong nasa gilid-gilid ng NBI office. Kahit sa cellphone lang po natin, provides information, and then pagkatapos nun, bibigyan ka ng confirmation code to be paid to a Bayad Center. Di po ba mas convenient po yun? Hindi ka na, pag nagbayad ka sa araw na yon, pwede kang magpa-schedule, kanwari sa hapon o sa umaga, so hindi na gaano kahaba yung pila. And mas cheaper pa kasi hindi ka na magbabayad sa isang tao na mag-encode. Minsan mali pa yung information na na-encode para sa iyo. So ganun lang. Postal ID, even now, last June, yung PRC is presenting an online services na pwede na pong mag-renew ng license online. Naka-pilot test po siya sa National Capital Region wherein online na po ang processing, payment sa Bayad Center, tapos i-deliver na po sa inyo yung PRC card. So, di po ba si Sir Paul, sinabi ni Sir Paul, nakapag-renew na rin siya, nasubukan na niya. Kaya nga po, yan po ay sa PRC. Halos lahat po ng government offices natin, yung LTO medyo mabagal nga lang kasi medyo mahirap. Papasok na rin po tayo sa renewal online. Provided na mayroong mga certificates tayo, supporting documents na pwede nating maipresenta for us to have it renewed. DFA, pwede sa pagkakalam natin, pwede naman tayo magpa-schedule, di po ba? Medyo ano nga lang, kasi sa Cebu medyo fully book. I'm not sure today's schedule kasi medyo hindi pa nag-expire yung ano ko, yung passport ko. So, sa Tech4Ed, hindi ka na mapupunta, ito lang inaano ko, all government services are linked to our platform. So, I can assure you na hindi ka maloloko ng any individual na, kasi pwede rin na halimbawa, pumunta ka dito sa ganitong website and then diretso na sa ibang website ka pala pupunta. Nagbigay ka na ng pera, etc. So na-scam ka. So with this, with the platform that we have, we ensure our users that this is valid and legitimate to our users. Lahat po to legitimate po, hindi po to scam, hindi po kayo mararoute sa isang website na kumukuha ng inyong information. So, as I've said, BFA Online, PSA, Pag-ibig, Forms, NBI application. PRC, hindi ko pa po alam kung activated na po nationwide, basta sa pagkakalam ko, June or July nag-start yung pilot test nila ng online renewal and delivery of PRC card will be at sa bahay nyo na po. Yun po ang pagkakalam ko. So, sa eGov is to provide direct, sa ano na namin sa eGov service to lessen yung red tape and kumbaga para naman mas convenient ang pagkuha natin ng mga clearance, yung transaction natin mapapadali, direct to the people, service access, information changing lives, yung mga ganon. Pwede nating kasi pag kukuha tayo ng mga clearance, medyo yung budget natin. So, parang makakasave din tayo ng sa pagkuha na ng mga certificates. And ang payment po, hindi po, sabihin natin, pwede, yung Tech4Ed Center kumukolekta ng ganitong amount. No po, lahat po ng Tech4Ed Center or yung center manager that being assigned to a certain region, iilan lang po yung authorized but most likely ang payment po is through a bayad center. Hindi po nagko-collect yung school. Pwede lang po kung may mga bayad center sila, pwede rin po, but still yung amount would be the amount that being presented that you can see on your screen will be the same amount that will be paid on a bayad center or the collecting agency. Again, pasensya na po, medyo napaba yung kwento ko. Ako po si Aris. If you have questions, paki-email lang po ako. Nasa screen nyo po yung email address ko. If you want to go, kung sa central po, meron po kaming email info at techword@dic.gov.ph. Kung nasa Central Visayas or even somewhere else in the Philippines or even in Jakarta, sir, earlier someone said that someone is from Jakarta, Indonesia. Nakapunta na rin po ako ng Jakarta once before. Okay naman doon. Pero bakasyon lang po yun, sir. Pwede po kayo mag-email sa akin, my name, my last name at dict.gov.ph. Again po, salamat sa oras. Again, Ma'am Tasha. Ma'am Tasha, tigasan po kayo, ma'am. Ito na lang, Ma'am Tasha. Send me an email and I'll guide you through with it. Okay po ba? Kasi mag-uumpisa na rin si Joshua sa email.
Okay. So for the orientation for this training, so we will start with course orientation. No? So for this training, we will tackle what is the objective of this training, and also the duration and the schedule, the methodology being used, and the certification, course evaluation, and house rules. So what are the house rules for this training? So again, our objective of this training is to familiarize the desktop environment and file management. So again, I think from you, it's basically the foundation for the internet media and information literacy. Then also, we will learn about the basic browsing of the internet. So creating email and social media. No? So I think we will not tackle this one. So maybe we'll focus on the cybersecurity area. Then also we will practice how to create, edit, format, and save documents. So including the word processing, spreadsheet, presentation using multimedia. No? Then also we will need to, also our objective also is to acquire computer assembling and disassembling, including troubleshooting and maintenance. So we will tackle also that in day 5. And also the last is to understand the computer networks and its components and ano yung mga standards na gagamitin. So international standards when it comes to the networking and other protocols being used. So the digital literacy training will commence November 23 to 27. So 4 hours a day, so 1 to 5 p.m. So with a total of 20 hours, so it will be written to those participants who will completed the digital literacy training. So actually this training is, the original is 40 hours of training to siya. So we went to different places in the Philippines or different regions, no, to conduct digital literacy training. So actually the target of this training is all citizens, no, but we are being mandated to be target those marginalized sectors. So what are those? So those are including the out of school youth and other, for example, indigenous people and other sector of the society. So those are that are our target. So this training methodology will tackle about lecture, hands-on exercises. So we have exercises already given to the Google Drive. Na. So I think you can download it later. So we will send the link. Then we'll also have a practical exam. So after this orientation, we will have quiz. No? So the quiz will have, I think, 30 items. So you need to answer for that. So after this orientation, so we will have at least, maybe we can allocate 15 minutes to answer those for those free training assessment. So for the certification, if you would like to ask, so again, for the certificate of completion, we will be given to those who pass the examination, other activities will given. So basically 80%. So I think hindi ko na percent, but it's ilang yung percentage, no? So actually the percentage is 30% for the attendance and 30% for the quiz, 30% for the exercise, then 30% for the other evaluation, 10% for the other evaluation. So with a total of 100%. So hindi ko na include dito, but we will send that. So that's the passing rate. You need to accomplish all the exercises, assignment, so that we can give you the certificate of completion. And also, this is of course, no, you need to submit to us the evaluation. So this is required during the last day of the training. So what are the house rules for this training? First, you need to make sure to join 10 minutes earlier to avoid delays in the starting with the webinar, since we only have 4 hours a day. So bakit 4 hours siya? So most of our participants don't have unlimited data, so that's why we compress the time. Also the submission also of the assignment. Some of areas in the Philippines don't have the internet, so that's why we stretch the time for you to answer the next day, no? So since the deadline will be the next day at 12 p.m. 12 p.m. Then when joining the webinar, all participants are encouraged to turn off the microphone, since makadisturbo siya. Then also, so participants who have already taken the course requirements but cannot continue the training will considered failed, no? So if some participants only appear in day 1, then he or she continue to the day 5 without going to day 3, day 4. So consider po siya as failed. So what we are going to give them is certificate of attendance only, without specifying the time. Also, cheating is not tolerated, no? Especially those in the assignment. So we will check the metadata of the submission of your assignment. If we can see the data will be the same to the other participants, we'll consider this as cheating, no? So we can know sino yung just passing the answer then emailing to us, no? So we can know, we will know how to check with that, no? So we are targeting the metadata of the documents so that we can check if they have the same data. So make sure do not cheat during the assessment or any examination. Also, replacement will not be permitted. For example, you attend this training, tapos then it show the other day, then someone, sir, can we ask for replacement? So of course, hindi siya pwede. So make sure to sign up your attendance every day. So afternoon we provided with the links. So we will not send the attendance ahead of the training, no? So actually, we will send this one during the digital literacy training. So that's why we have different link for Google Meet. We have different link for attendance. So that's why we are sending that. And also, so we are encouraged, no, or to make sure na to turn off your camera para to save bandwidth in your part. So if you render, for example, you turn on the virtual environment, it costs more resources in your computer. So make sure to turn off that. So as you can see in my Google Meet, I don't present my camera in that area. So you can disable that now. Then also, so facilitators from the ICT will tackle the questions during the Q&A. So if ever we cannot send you real time the answers, so just wait lang, we will email you with regards to that. So Engineer Aris also here, and Engineer Dennis also monitoring. So if not asked to present, avoid clicking the present button. So para hindi natin ma-interrupt kung sino yung nagto-talk. If ever na gusto niyo mag-present, just click, no? Then also, accomplishment training and evaluation, other relevant forms, no? Make sure to submit the following forms for us to validate the participants. So hindi po kami magbibigay ng basta-basta ng certificate just for the sake of nag-join lang. So you need to learn from it. So in a hard way. So basically basic to siya, but you need to learn in a hard way so that you can learn more, no? So this will be the topic, and also we inserted some advanced topic also if ever we can insert. So just like the other training po namin, we inserted some advanced topic for this training. No? So hindi po tayo dun lang sa topic na yan. And again, that's all, no? So if you have any questions, you can ask later siguro at the end of the course so that we can move forward. And that's it, no? So I will share na lang the link for you to download the assignment, the exercises, other files not needed for this training. So again, we will have an assessment for this time, no? So once after ma-send ko yung link for the examination, the links for the assignment and the exercise form and other forms. So share ko na lang. So I copy and send to all you guys. And so klaro ba yung, I think it's clear, no? It's already clear na yun yung mga house rules natin. So I think already sent sa chat, and make sure to access that one. So if ever you click that area, copy, and if you ever to click the link below, no? So we have here, yeah, so we have here assignment files. So hindi ko pa nilagay yung yung instruction for that para mamaya na ilagay. So again, meron tayong day 2, day 3, and day 4 assignments. So today we don't have any assignment, and the day 5 wala po tayong mga assignment for that. Pero during the productivity tools, when we talk about productivity tools, we will send the link for this. So if ever you click the link, you will directed to this area, this link. And as you can see, meron siyang training schedules. So I think there's some few changes for this. So since this is reference only. Then if you want to access about other resources link use this training, you can check the other resources folder. And once you click it, as you can see, there's a lot other link for that you can explore, no? Some topics also being tackled for this area. So nandyan po yung mga link. Then we will also add some additional link for this if ever you if you need more a topic for this. Then also for the exercise files, you can access for the day 2, day 3, and day 4. You can download earlier. So how to download? Just right click the exercise file or any folder to this area now. So you can right click the exercise files, then download. Or you can highlight everything, then right click, download. So that you can download everything. So do not, for example, this one, no? Do not click the link, then request for access, since we don't give access to any participants, no? We'll give the link, then you can download directly. Do not send request, no? What you are going to do that? So make sure just right click, then download. So right click and download. Then also we have here a form, no? So this one is needed for us. So make sure to download this form, no? When you access this schedules and trainings for batch 3, just right click and download. So once you downloaded the file, you can open it just like this. And so I think nakita naman sa screen, no? So again, this one, you need to fill up this one. For example, if you are new for the digital literacy training, just click the new. Then also make sure to attach your picture, any picture, as long as recent picture. You can use your mobile phone, then save it to the desktop, then you can access the file. Actually, this form will be some of the, I think, will be tackled, no? How to do this form. So one of your exercise po, how to create this form. Ito yung mga exercise. So make sure you put your name here. For example, my name like that. Address, make sure to write your address area, residence, and so on. So just email it to aris.zeta@dict.gov.ph. Don't share this area. Okay? So sa course applied, make sure digital literacy. And applied for application is, the date will be November 23. Dapat ngayon po yung date dyan. Then the other areas also you need to accomplish, if ever not related to you or not applicable, just put NA N/A. Just put NA na lang if ever. Don't leave any blank. So this side, please do not detach. Make sure do not add any details here. Just leave it blank. And you need to sign it signature of applicants. No? So you need to attach your signature right here. No? You can only use, I think, e-signature. No? If you have a digital signature, then you can sign it digitally. But if you don't have digital signature, you can use e-signature. So again, that's it. No? So you can click this one, and you can find the file. Then after you accomplish this area, or this application form for admission, just make sure to save it in PDF file. So make sure to save it file, save as, and you can save it in the desktop if ever. It's depend on you kung saan nyo siya ilalagay. Then for example sa akin is desktop. Then you can click you can rename this one. No? So for example, DL batch 3. Ganyan na lang yung pangalan niya. Then your complete name. Then make sure it is a PDF file so that hindi siya ma-change yung kung ano yung na-input siya. So once you already accomplish this one, then save it as a PDF. So just like that, save it as a PDF. So once you already accomplish this one, example, you already save it as a PDF file, then you need to send this one. You need to email this one to Mr. Aris or Engineer Aris. You can send this one. You can send this form to Sir Aris. So this is the requirements for the day one. No? This is the requirements for us. And also we will have to share to you. We will share to you the links for all the monitoring. Maybe in the day 2, we will send to you the links for the day 2 for the monitoring, and for the monitoring if ever you already completed the training. The submission of any forms so that you can monitor if ever there's some lacking documents. So again, before tayo mag-start, so we will have a quiz. So time check, it's 2:49 p.m. here in Philippines, of course. So i-share ko na sa inyo yung assessment. So don't worry, no? This is only assessment. the ano lang kasi yung required talaga namin is the but you need to to assess to answer the assessment. Kasi part po siya ng ating um, training for the DL for batch 3. So meron po tayong pre-training assessment. So composed of 30 items. So basic lang po to siya. So don't worry. So the date for this this will be the the pre-training examination for DL. So again, we'll share this to you. So you need to answer this one until 3:10. Then after that, we will have break 10 minutes for this training. So first, you need to answer this one. So time check 2:50. Share the link below. For the assessment, so ang purpose ng assessment to is to check kung saan tayo pwede mag-stretch ng topic. Nandyan na po, no? Nandun sa baba. So, nandun na po sa baba yung assessment. So, make sure to answer that one in 15 minutes. Alright, so 15 minutes po. Okay? Okay no. So, sige. Okay lang siguro yan for the batch. Maybe copy pin, you just copy and paste lang sa attendance. Hindi siya narinig. Okay, already changed. Thank you so much. Okay, the link for the pre-assessment already provided below. So again, I need to send yan. Check. Okay, so panaraning siya. So again, the time start now. So we'll be back at so after po ng masagot nyo, we'll be back around 3:20 po. So that we can wrap up all the topics. So, okay po. So, I think we're already 3:21. So, we will start our day 1 active training. Okay, so let's present, I think, present ko na lang yung presentation ko. Okay. Check. Okay, so present ko muna yung slide so that you can see my screen. Okay, so nandito na po, no? So again, once again, good afternoon po sa lahat. And our topic for today is about computer essentials. So brought to you by free Wi-Fi internet access in public places project. So under the capacity building component. So basically this training, kinakandak po namin to every municipalities. No? So we will conduct this for free, no? So actually yung face-to-face talaga na training namin is 5 days siya, no? Shoulder DICT and its stakeholders for free yung food, free yung ano. But again, due to pandemic, so naging online po tayo. So I think next year siguro we will have few changes po dun sa module since meron po tayong mga changes dun sa module. So again, this module po na ginamit namin is nandun po sa 2017 na version. Okay, so let's start with computer internet essentials, no? All right. Okay, so yung objective po natin for today for the computer essentials, no? So we will define and identify the 4 basic computing functions. So ano-ano po yung the 4 basic computing functions po niya. And also we will identify the different types of computers. They will also describe the hardware, devices, and its uses. So basically, doon talaga yun sa pinaka-foundation po ng ating usual na topic. Then also identify the types of software and its uses. So yun po yung topic natin for the computer essentials. Alright. So ano po yung computer or ano po yung nag-define ng ating computer, no? So basically yung computer natin is mayroon po siyang 4 no na functions. Unang-una, the first one is the input, which is we can input raw data. So basically yung computer is advanced electronic device. So nung unang panahon is abacus pa yon, but ngayon since the evolution of technology, we're going na sa mga electronics na. So as 4 functions of the computer, common to siya. First is the input. So from the user, so sino yung user? Yung people where, no? So basically mayroon po tayong Bali tatlo na ano na kailangan, the peopleware, the hardware, and the software, no, to function this para po natin magamit talaga yung technology, no. So kailangan talaga yung peopleware, nandun talaga yung mga tao. Then also the process, no. So ipo-process ng ating computer under the control sets of instruction or tinatawag natin na program. So after ma-process na, they can provide results output, which is the output, and we can store it in the future use. So basically, meron po tayong meron po tayong isang, for example, nag-entry tayo ng data tapos pinasa ng ating computer. So the one, a best example for the output is the monitor, the screen. So basically, just like this one, no? Meron tayong screen, makikita natin. And also, we can store it in the secondary storage or primary storage. No? So we can store it for us to use in the future. And also, so ito yung mga examples ng ating mga computer. So first is itong desktop. We have here a smartphone, tablet, and a laptop. No? So sila yung basically mga computer. No? And also, so ito yung apat na functionalities ng computer natin. First is the input. So basically, it transfer of data to a computer. So one of the best example this one is we entry the data using the keyboard. Yan po yung ano niyan. Then also we store the data. So we store the data information, no? Instruction of the memory. So next also we process. Actually, so the process is the manipulating and controlling of data. No? And also the output. So sa output, ito yung it generates the output, no? Like for example, nag-display. For example, they display it in the monitor or the screen or in the touch screen. So ito yung if we summarize the functionalities of our computer. First, meron po tayong input. For example, we data entry using our keyboard. Then the computer process it. No? So yung computer, syempre, sobrang bilis niya. That's why we cannot see kung pinaprocess ba talaga niya. So basically, sobrang bilis niya, hindi natin parang hindi natin makita yung difference. Then after ma-process, we can store it. Then we can process also again so that we can, once ma-process siya, we can output it to other, for example, speaker or monitor or any other output devices. So ano naman yung data? No? So basically yung data is a collection of independent raw facts, no? Including numbers. So any combination of numbers or letters. So yan po yung data. So basically yung data natin is yan po yung pinaka most valuable na thing, no? Ngayon, no? Mas mahal pa siya sa oil kasi for example ngayon, no? So kung nandun kayo sa Facebook, you can see a lot of advertisements, no? They can track you. For example, you search about shoes and the next day once you open the Facebook app about nasa shoes, no? So they are referencing your data. How you click, how you explore. So part po 'yan ng para paano nila i-monitor o yung analytics po. So here, we have here an example. Okay, so we have here an example. So meron ako mga red lines dyan. No? So meron tayong si Juan, no? And Quezon City, January, male, teacher, single, and age, no? So we collect data. We collect the data. Once we collect it, no, we manipulate or process the data. So once we process the data, once we manipulate, no, it's called process data. Then after we process the data, so we collected it, and after we collect it, we organize the data based on their classification. For example, this one for the first name. Yan, no? So, meron tayong mga ganito, no? So, we add a classification for that. For example, status, single, age, no? So, ano yung age niya, birth date, address. So, ganyan, no? So, we label the data so that pwede nating makita siya, no? Or ma-organize natin yung data. So, again, ito yung mga types of computers, no? So, meron po tayong mga types of computers. So, here, we have here an example of mouse, a desktop computer, then a keyboard. No? So this is an example of a desktop computer. So, basically, meron po siyang composed of computer case, which is the system unit. No? So, hindi po to siya CPU. This is a system unit. Basically, all the parts of, like, for example, RAM, storage, and other parts included here. That's why they call it system unit. But if ever nawala siya, only the case or the casing. No? So basically, casing lang yun. Pero kung nandun yung mga motherboard, including the RAM, the CPU, and other parts, ano siya, composed of system unit. Alright. Next is the laptop, no? So we have here a notebook. So meron tayong notebook dyan. And sa laptop natin, meron tayong, or also known as notebook siya, no? Yung maliit is the netbook, but this one is a notebook. Kasi laki siya ng notebook. So this is a portable computer. So basically, mas mahal siya since miniature yung, like for example, yung RAM, and also the CPU, no? Mas maliit siya compared dun sa desktop. So that's why mas ano siya, mas higher yung price. So basically yung setup lang dito is nakaslant lang yung mga parts, like including the RAM and other parts, no? Like sa NIC card, the network interface card. So nakaslant lang siya so that it can fit in the netbook. So also we have here also some touch sensitive screen, no? As you can see, this is also an input, and also this is also an output. We can see the date, the information, but also we can encode the data. And also here we have here a Samsung, or ano yung brand yan, no? And also a smartphone, no? So again, wala po yung bayad ng application form. Just fill up na, don't fill the data after the please attach. So again, we will back to that later, yung application form. So again, another example of computer is smartphone. So this is a smartphone. Hindi po to siya globe phone. Hindi smartphone po to siya kasi he can do or internet browsing, playing games, no? Or you can do it simultaneously, no? Or multi-view, no? So especially right now, advanced na ating yung technology natin. And we have here also wearables, no? So just like this one, ano siya, popular smart watch, Apple Watch, no? So consider din siya as computer since again the same pa din, the output is on the screen, and we can also input, like we tap we can tap the information, we can answer the call using this device. And also we have here the game console. This is also a computer which you can play. So here, popular PlayStation, and other. And also smart TVs, especially ngayon for the disaster. So I think we're transitioning to analog to digital. Some other countries already transition to analog to digital. So in the future, maybe year 2025, no? Or naman yung year na yan. So i-switch off na po yung analog na TV. So basically, we are going to digital. So mas klaro yung picture, mas for example, if there is a emergency situation, no, certain areas, like for example, specific areas in your residences, no, so it will pop up in the screen for in your TV, then provides information. So ganun po yung smart TV. Yung when we transition to digital TV. So again, this is also, as you can see, this is the physical components and the software list of instruction. No? So as you can see, hardware are those physical components, while the software is you cannot touch it since it's inside in the computer. So ano yung mga sample ng mga hardware? So these are the input devices. For example, the hardware is like keyboard. Then output devices like printers, monitors, RAMs, no? So secondary storage devices, ito po yung mga mga hardware natin. So yan. So we have here some examples for the output, like printer, monitor, internal components, like for example motherboard, since you can touch it. So anything that you can touch is considered as hardware. And what are the input devices, or what are the input devices? So like this one, we have here a keyboard. So we can press any keys to input the letters. Mouse, since we can select. Scanner, since we scan the certain document and we can process it in the computer. We can also use the microphone, like which you can talk. No? So just like right now, we are we're live streaming, so we can feed the microphone, the digital camera. We can feed the camera, also the web camera. If ever you have a camera, you can feed the input, no? Since it captures information like objects, no? So this is I think nag-appear siya dun sa exam nyo, no? So this is the most common widely used input device. So basically, if you have a desktop computer, we have here a physical keyboard. But if you have a tablet or even a smartphone, you have a virtual siya on screen na keyboard. So as you can see, this is the keyboard way back dun sa panahon ng typewriter, no? So they use this QWERTY, no? So QWERTY keyboard. And also, since the evolution of technologies, no? So we have here some functionalities we can use. So we add some buttons right here, numpad. We can add so that we can type immediately for the number. We can control, for example, shift, caps lock to all capitals. We can use also the menu to, for example, the alt or menu for us to select. And we can enter to return keys, and arrows to navigate, no? So we can use this one. So these are the keyboard, no? So these are the keyboard shortcuts. So if you like, for example, apply Control A, you can use Control A. No? Control C is to copy. Then Control X is to cut. Control V is to paste. And Control S to save. So make sure na-explore nyo siya kasi bukas we will have game for this one. Kung nalalaman nyo talaga to, ano yung mga shortcut keys for this. So bukas po mayroon po tayong mga games. So common keyboard shortcuts, ito po yan. So for example, you open certain browser. So this is a browser, no? So for example, about For example, about you access a website gov.ph, no? So you can use your keys, no, to navigate. So you can use arrow to scroll down. I press my arrow down, scroll up, or you can use the tab, no, to switch. So you can use the tab keys to switch navigation. Hindi lang natin makikita. You can use our mouse to highlight something. You can control A to highlight everything. So every blue shade already highlighted. So meaning press the control A. So press this area, control A to select all. Yan. So you can use those keys, no? So meaning to say is you need to press the control plus A is make sure hindi niyo siya i-release yung key, control key. Hindi niyo siya i-release as long as you already, kung na-press niyo yung A na key, you can now release the button. So yung function niya is to select all. So you can also adjust this following keys, no? Based doon sa preference, so you can also modify. And depende siya kung anong platform. So here we have here a mouse, no? So we can use, no? So usually itong left na button na to is more on selecting, while dito sa right na button nito is for more options, no? So as you can see, if you right click po dun sa screen, you can show more information. But if you click left click, you just select certain object. So second here, you can see here how to properly hold your mouse kasi some other example dun sa actual na training namin, some other participants don't know how to use the mouse, no? So sometimes it causes improper posture dun sa mouse natin. So that's why you need to hold this like this one, this example. So right here, this in the demo, no, the GIF images. So ito yung left click, while this one is using double click, no. To clicking double click multiple times. So for example, you open certain documents, then you just need to double click with one so that it open automatically. So for example, you can also click and drag using your mouse. Let's see here, no? Drag to the certain object. So, pwede po siya using your mouse. Also, a scanner. We have here, a scanner is an input device. So, basically, it scans the object, converted into image, different format, like, for example, JPEG, PDF. So, you can save it in any computer so that you have a digital copy of it. And also a microphone, no? So like for example, you have a headphone, you can use also microphone to fade your voice in the computer. And also a camera, no? Basically, most of now, for example, today, no? Since due to the pandemic, maraming nag-online, they're using camera, no? So for example, if you want to buy certain camera, just make sure that you buy the good one so that you have a very nice resolution for your video conferencing. So for example, DSLR or mirrorless, no? So you can use that one. So ano yung mga output devices natin? So ito yung like for example, monitor, no? So as you can see here, we have here a monitor, speaker, headphone, no? So yan, so that we can listen to music using our headphone. On printer, we can print the certain documents. And for monitor also, no, it's considered as an output. So like for this one, meron po siyang Windows XP, which is obsolete na. And also we have here a printer, example of my image of a printer, no? You can print both black and white color images. So for example, if you are designing certain design, no? And then make sure your For example, you're using powerful software, like for example, Adobe Illustrator, you design something. So make sure the color being used is in CMYK, no? Kasi medyo faded yung CMYK compared dun sa RGB or the red, green, blue. So basically, your monitor is composed of RGB. So meron po siyang RGB, no? So for example, mixture of yellow and blue, no? Produce green color. Just like that. So, or the absence of color produce black. If you use a microscope in your screen, makikita mo siya na meron siyang different. Kung titingnan niyo siya ng mabuti yung screen niyo, meron siyang parang tatlo na siya. So, meron siyang red, green, and blue. So in short, for screen, if you are designing certain design, if you are going to post it online, since it's for online use, you need to choose RGB colors. But if you are going to print certain design, make sure to yung color specification or profile niya is in CMYK or cyan, magenta, yellow, and black. Right, so like this one, we have here also a speaker, no? A speaker, which allow we can sound or our computer, no? We can listen or using our headphone. No? So ano yung mga computer parts natin? So ito yung mga internal computer parts natin. So we have here a CPU, which is the brain, which is I think nandun siya sa assessment natin. No? So it also store results of instruction. No? So this one, we have here central processing unit or the CPU. So this one uses pure gold, since gold is 0% or zero resistance. No? So that's why they use the pure gold. And also we have here motherboard. So connects the CPU, memory, hard drive, and everything, no? So nandito siya yung CPU natin naka-attach. So also consider as the backbone of the computer. Kung wala siya, walang mangyayari. And we have here also a random access memory, no? This is for example, this one, we have here a CPU. So, they are connected in bus. So, kung titingnan nyo yung design niya is, yung CPU is magkalapit talaga sila sa RAM. Basically, if you are accessing application, for example, PowerPoint, they load it into your RAM. So, galing sa hard drive nyo, yung secondary storage, we load it in the RAM so that CPU can process the application. Pero kung mas malaki siya, for example, pag-load ng Photoshop is 10 gig yung pag-load niya, tapos yung makaya lang ng ating RAM is only 5 gig. So, the rest na 5 gig will be transferred dun sa secondary storage. Then, the 5 gig will be processed by the CPU. Once already processed, the other half of the gigabytes remaining will be access naman dun sa RAM, and it's parang rotating siya, no? So basically, if you have you would like to buy certain computer, make sure that, for example, if you are using more on graphics like gaming, no, so you need more RAM and more powerful CPU and faster secondary storage or primary storage like SSD or hard drive. So make sure meron po tayong mas mabilis na hard drive. Hindi po yung parang umi-equip na disk lang, kasi mas siya, nandun lang sa 7,200 revolution per minute, no? So using the SSD, which is based on transistor, so mas mabilis siya, no? So ano yung mga secondary storage natin na devices, no? So like this one, flash drive. USB flash drive kasi meron siyang USB, no? Hindi po to siya USB. So flash drive po siya, merong USB na port. So this one is the USB kasi meron siyang port na USB. So yung whole na niya, pangalan is flash drive. So we can online storage. Like ngayon, no? So we are using cloud storage, no? Like OneDrive, Google Drive. So marami pang iba. No? So this one is the hard disk. So actually it rotates, no? For example, merong ibang brand is 7,200 revolution per minute, 5,000 revolution per minute. So the more higher na revolution per minute is more faster siya mag-write and read. So you can save file quickly and you can retrieve file quickly kung mas mabilis siya. So ano yung software, no? So basically yung software is a set of instruction, no? So for example, you have here a certain website, no? So para ma-generate tong website na to, we have to code it, no? Either in HTML, JavaScript, CSS, no? Para makita natin ito, no? So yung software is a set of instruction. So for example, we check the software niya, yung bali yung front end niya, no? Ating software. So once we right click and example, we right click and inspect, no? So it appears the developer tools, no? So right here you can check kung paano siya ginawa. So basically this is ito yung reason kung ba't siya nag-a-appear ng ganito. So for example, we need to change the navigation bar. So we can adjust the background color. As you can see, no? You can change it to brown color, any color, no? So we can change. So by changing this instruction, nagre-reflect siya dito. So ito yung mga software na mga instruction na ganun si software. In a sets of instruction that tells the hardware what to do. So of course, sobrang bilis niya. Hindi natin siya masabi ilang segundo siya nagpa-process. So, yan. So, example sa mga software natin, yung browser natin, which is the Google Chrome. So, this is considered as a software. And also, ano yung mga categories ng software? So, basically, mayroon tayong dalawa. First one is the system software. And the system software, which include the operating system, no? And also the application software. Yan. No? So, ito yung mga application software natin. So, for example, mayroon tayong dito. For example, dito sa baba, sa pinakailalim na layer is considered as the hardware. Dito sa gitna is considered as the operating system. While dito sa taas is the software applications. So, meaning to say, dito naka-install yung ating mga Chrome, Photoshop, no? So once we click certain object dun sa ating Photoshop, it will transmit dun sa OS, then the OS will translate it to machine code, and the machine will translate it then back to the OS. So parang ganun siya, no? So from software application, papunta dun sa OS, papunta sa hardware, paakyat na naman. So ito yung mga consider natin as word processor, as application software. The Excel, graphics, desktop publishing, other application software. So basically, kung ito yung ating operating system, the operating system will respond to any commands we use. For example, we click the mouse. So dun sa screen, no, respond dun sa hard drive to open certain application. For example, we input certain keys in the keyboard, transmit dun sa operating system. Then it will open the application or print certain area. When you press the Control P, it will print the certain document. So yan yung parang si software. So actually marami yung trabaho ni operating system. So there are lots of operating system, like for example this one, no? GNU or Linux based, like for example this one, CentOS, Linux, Apple, no? Or based on other Unix, no? This is also Unix. So Windows and Android. No? And also the last is the peopleware. No? So sila yung nag-design. So hindi talaga sila mawawala talaga. No? So nandun sila. No? So we have here a user, programmers, system analyst, even mga accounting. No? So these are the peopleware. No? So sila yung reason paano natin ma-maintenance yung computer. No? And we can send also email. Without this, the peopleware, we cannot send emails, no? Unless we are using AI. No? So right now, hindi pa naman gaano kaganda yung AI natin. So yan, medyo ano pa. Siguro 50 years from now, we can use certain artificial intelligence. But also don't forget, the government is the policy making. No? So sila yung, for example, paano yun natin i-limit yung work ng isang ganito, no? So the government will need to address that, especially in those areas na will lose the job daw kung mayroon na tayong artificial intelligence. No? Alright, so yun yung about computer essentials. Okay, yun. So kung meron kayong question, you can just chat na lang dun sa baba so that we can answer, no? Alright, so since kung walang question, maybe after na lang siguro, no? So that we can move forward, no? So we will now tackle about desktop and file management. So again, this is a part of the free Wi-Fi internet access program, no? So part of capacity building yan. So for example, we have here a computer, no? So we have here a system unit. So first, kung magsa-start up tayo ng isang computer, we need to find this symbol, no? To fire up our system. So we can click this one, then it opens, it loads the operating system, which is, for example, this one, the Windows 7. So make sure make sure to properly shut down, make sure to choose this area, no? So you can click the start, you can restart or close or sleep mode or hibernate. So for example, this one is from the Windows 7. Also, this is Windows 8. We can restart. So make sure if ever you have a computer, make sure you properly shut down and properly on. If ever na hindi, mangyayari dyan is magpa-pop up yun si blue screen of death dahil sa hindi tamang pagka turned off tsaka turned on. So just like this one, no? So we did, I don't know kung mayroon pa bang Windows 8 ngayon. Most of the time, Windows 10 naman, no? So kung sa Windows 10 naman, we have here parang smart, yung panel niya, no? Startup panel niya. So we can click here, and we can shut down. Meron siyang power dyan. We can shut down or restart. So in desktop environment in Windows 7, so basically parang binalik lang nila from Windows 7 to Windows 10. No? So makikita natin yung program files, which is for example, the recycle bin, the example of the program files, no? Or Hito. And this one is considered as an icon in our desktop. This is our desktop. We have here a quick launch toolbar dito sa baba, which is the start button also. And the start menu natin. So, ito yung start menu. Kasi kung, for example, mag-exam kayo sa CompTIA, mayroon pong ganito, no? Paano, saan natin ma-locate, anong pangalan nito. So, you make sure to know these all parts, no? So that during may mga exam, you can, ito pala yung pangalan niya. Notification bar pala to. And also, this is the taskbar. So that if ever someone troubleshooting your computer, the one also using it, you can also understand, ito pala yung taskbar. No? So make sure you familiarize that area. So this in our presentation, we're using Windows 10. Windows 10 or Windows 7. So as you can see, the same with the Windows 7, the design already changed. No? For example, flat yung design niya. So the same pa din, quick launch toolbar. We have the start button, the start menu. the notification bar, and the taskbar. Alright, so yun yung sa natin, sa desktop. So when it comes to naman to file management, so for example, you have here a certain file. So basically all the application we downloaded, dito siyang magda-direct dun sa natin, downloads na area. But if you have a desktop, in the desktop, meron po tayo ditong sa gilid, ito yung parang navigation niya, no? You can navigate kung anong folder natin yung i-access natin. If you have a hard drive here, you can also access. So meron kang another drive. Also, if you are networked in your office, meron din dito sa baba. So as you can see, kung meron tayong files na ganito, we can add create folder by just right-clicking the black area, then just choose the folder. Or we can create another file. So just right-click, new, and folder. Or yung shortcut niya is Control, Shift, N. So yan, create folder, like for example, Joshua Corona. Then we can move the files, no? Just select the files, then you can drag. Pupunta dyan sa, you can move the files to your folder. So ganyan. So make sure your files is being put in the folder so that easy siya malalaman saan ba siya natin na save, no? You can name the file based on the year, or you can sort certain files. So just like this one, no? We have here a certain files. So basically yung files natin is like, for example, in a physical perspective, we have here a bond paper, we put it in the folder. So the same din dun sa computer natin, how to manage the file. So make sure you organize it, no? So this one, for example, we have here a sample of mga files. Pwede natin siyang ilagay dun sa properly natin mga files. So kung titingnan nyo yung file explorer natin, so this is called the file explorer. As you can see here in this area, mayroon na tayong well-defined folders or structure, no? So for example, for download areas, nandito yung downloaded files. For the documents, you can add the documents here. For the pictures, you can add also the pictures here. Video, you can also add a recorded video here. Just like that. So, yan. No? So, we can, using this one, using our file explorer, we can open or organize files, folders. Alright. So, meron po tayong ganito. Example for the view, no? Meron tayong view dito, we can change the details for the view. You can use medium icons, just like that. Or you can, using your control and scroll, you can change the size of your icons. No? And also, you can change, you can share people, you can change the view, you can hide, you can show the hidden files, just clicking the hidden. Makikita niya yung mga hidden files dyan. Alright, so this one are the parts of the file explorer. So the upper side is the ribbon, the search bar, the navigation, the address bar, so that we can see kung saan na tayo, no? So address bar is something like breadcrumbs in browser, and we have also here a documents. So we can navigate here in the navigation pane to search kung saan tayo. For example, for music, we can just click the music, then we can check kung ano yung mga nandun sa music natin. So to open the file, we can just click the file, then we can see this one, Visual Studio 2010. No? For example, if you have file within the documents. We can also rename the file by just pressing the F2 in your keyboard. Just press or select the folder, then press F2 to rename the file. So you can name what you want to the folder as long as naka-organize siya. Or even the file, you can rename. So the shortcut for the rename is F2 or function 2 niya. We can also select multiple files just by using our mouse. You can highlight drag or using our keys and shift keys. So if you use the control, you can select multiple files. Then we can also move files, no? So we can just drag and drop from the other parts of your navigation pane so that you can copy. Also, you can delete certain documents. So you can shift delete to permanently delete. You can also use delete lang. So basically, if you're pressing delete button, pupunta siya dun sa recycle bin nyo. So temporary, hindi siya na-delete. So what is the purpose for that? Para hindi natin accidentally permanently delete yung file natin. So make sure to use delete instead of shift delete kasi permanently delete yung shift. Alright, may nagtatanong dito, no? So yung date ng application po for the batch 3 is November 23. November 23 po. 2020. So yun lang. So don't forget. Hindi na siya lagyan ng -27. Just select the 23 for the application form. So yan. So if you like to going back here in our slide, you can right click and permanently delete using our shift button and the delete button. Okay, so yun lang sa about computer, yung sa desktop natin. And we will now move forward to our topic today for the last. It's about Internet Essentials. Okay, so Internet Essentials. So these are the last topic for today. So about Internet Essentials. So again, the internet is one of the most complex infrastructure built by human. So first is i-define na muna natin kung ano yung internet. So basically, yung internet nag-start siya dun sa time pa ng actually nag-start siya dun sa mga military research. So, and of course, libre yung internet, but of course hindi naman darating yung internet dun sa inyo kung wala yung mga ginagamit natin ng infrastructures, no? So basically, yung internet is the largest computer network in the world, no? So as you can see, kung titingnan po natin, no, hindi po tayo connected wirelessly only, but we also connected wired, no? So just like this one. So here, no, mayroon po tayong ganito, no? So here, kung makikita nyo to, no, you can access the link. Just access na lang dun sa link. As you can see, mayroon po tayong submarine cable dyan. So, kung titingnan nyo, maraming connected dyan, no? Ito yung mga backbone na mga connection. So naka-submarine cable tayo. So as you can see, kung maglilindol, so what will happen? Mapuputol siya. Medyo, ito din yung siguro yung reason ba't mahal din yung internet connectivity natin kasi hindi tayo isang isla lang compared to the other countries, no? Mas madali lang siya install. But dito sa Philippines, since scattered yung islands natin, so mahal yung submarine cable. Isa din yan. Also the areas natin din. So, medyo maraming bundok. Tapos isolated yung mga areas. So as you can see, maraming mga naka-connected na mga fiber cables, no? Submarine cables dyan. So as a reference lang yan. So as you can see, maraming connected. For example, dito sa Philippines, may connected siya ganyan. So I think yung Facebook, meron siyang nilagay din dito sa I think Aurora na area. Meron doon. So, pag naputol yan, mangyari, for example, maglindol, maputol. So mangyari, mapuputol yung mga connection, no? So para hindi talaga siya maputol yung connection natin, make sure na marami tayong sources. Dapat well-designed or robust yung design natin for that. So ito yun. No? So, naka-connected po tayo. No? Hindi lang po tayo wirelessly, naka-connected po yan. So, high-speed connection po yan. So ano naman yung network? So, it's a group of 2 or more computers linked together. So, for example, this one in this area, no, mayroong 2 tao. So, for example, ikaw, nagpasa ka ng application using Share-it, no? So, nakakonect kayo. So, consider na kayo as a network. So, kung mas marami pa kayo, then, kung for example, ilang million, ito na yung parang sa internet, no? You're connected. So, basically, yung internet natin is, ano siya, no? Composed of physical network of computers all over the world. No? So, basically, nag-share sila ng file. Then, we have here also the World Wide Web. Ito yung collection of information link pages. So, ito yung reason kung bakit tayo makavisit tayo ng isang pages. No? For example, you access the ICT. No? So, yan. No? So, ito siya, mga composed of pages to siya, no? Mga pages. Para siyang page sa libro. No? So, itong mga tab nito, different pages to siya. So, as you can see, dito makikita natin yung uniform resource locator niya. So, later we'll explain it more specific. No? So, using our browser, we can access the World Wide Web. So, we can access certain websites. So, using the browser. So, siya yung mag-i-interpret dun sa language na, for example, HTML. No? Yung reason that mayroon mga pages. So, again, in our web browser, for example, this one, we're using Google Chrome. No? So, we have here, kung makikita nyo itong mayroon siyang lock na ganyan. For example, color green or color gray. So, meaning, kung mayroon siyang S, meaning dyan is secure. So, yan pong meaning dyan. So, secure. Or hypertext transfer protocol, secure. So, make sure mayroon pong ganito parati. Kasi if ever nawala, yung mga browser naman natin is very intelligent for that. So, they can determine na unsafe siya to access. So, URL stands for Uniform Resource Locator. Take note for that kasi baka lalabas yan sa day 5 natin. Then also the hyperlink. So, yung hyperlink is the same dito. No? So, meron siyang blue na color. So, once you click it, you transfer to another page, no? Or document page. Ganito. So, this one is the navigation for the browser. So, meron siyang back, forward, refresh. So, if ever na you can access certain website, make sure to refresh it so that mag-reload siya, no? Mag-pitch siya ng data parati. And we have here also a bookmark. So, basically, yung bookmark is same dun siya sa libro, no? When we go to the library. And basically, parang yung internet is parang library, no? Nandun yung lahat ng mga information. So, if you want to bookmark, parang lagyan naman siya ng label para nandito yung dito ako last time nagbabasa ng page sa book. Ito yung page na to. So, lagyan ko na siya ng marking. So, the same din yan dun sa browser natin. You can use the star, or the favorite ata yan. Then, malalagay siya dito sa bookmark bar. So, again, we talk about internet, no? Pero ano yung uses niya sa internet natin? So, ilan sa mga uses nito is yung to access social media networking sites or SNS. Or email, you can use email. We can use Facebook, we can access Lazada to shop, to have shopping, no? Or Shopee, ano pa yan, Amazon, no? We can use one so that we can access using our internet. So once connected tayo, you can fetch data, no? So for example, for email, we can use the Gmail, no? So that we can send email. So mostly ngayon is they're using Messenger, no? Or any messaging application. So ngayon yung Gmail natin is medyo ano na siya, medyo intelligence na siya. So once you send certain files, tapos missing yung certain document, magsasabi siya na wala kang in-attach na document. No? So meron silang mga intelligence dyan. So but we're not going to dig more deeper at that. No? So we can use also social media for that. For example, Messenger, Twitter, no? So in fact, tayo, I think dun sa ginawang survey ng We Are Social, no? Maybe I can share na lang sa link. Dito yung sinabi nila, no? So We Are Social, no? So in the Philippines, average daw ng tao or yung mga Pilipino, they spend around 9 hours and 45 minutes per day online compared to 4 hours and 22 minutes day in Japan. No? So as you can see, tayo nung pinaka number 1 in terms of using social media application. In fact, yung mayroon na pong more than 4.5 billion people, no, using the internet. Okay? So meron pong ganyan, no? So almost 4.5 billion na po tayo nakakonect. So in fact, doon sa survey ng ating ICT Development Index 2017 conducted by ITU. So yan, you can see that in the chat. So pang ilan yung Philippines dyan? Pang ilan kaya yung Philippines? So yung Philippines po is nandun po tayo sa top. So actually, as you can see, bumaba tayo, no? So actually sa 2016 is nandun tayo sa 100 ata. So yung nangyari, bumaba tayo. So ngayon is parang siguro umakyat pa tayo, no? In terms of ICT index. So hindi po ibig sabihin nito anong rank tayo in terms of internet connectivity. So yung ano po dito is about marami pong mga factors, no, kinonsider, no? Broadband, fixed broadband, meron ba tayo, no? So out of 176, no, being surveyed, no, country. So ipang ano tayo, pang 101 with an average ng ganyan, no, 4.5 average value natin. So medyo bumaba tayo last 2017. So in terms naman dun sa cybersecurity, part po tayo dun sa ano ng ITU, no, or International Telecommunications Union. So sa Global Cybersecurity Index, no. So part po tayo dun. You can share na lang dun sa link nito if you want to refer this area. So just read na lang about dyan. So sa social media, popular yung Facebook, no. So we almost spent 9 hours, almost 10 hours a day tayo, no, kahit hindi mahina yung internet natin. So actually one factor dito is yung dapat meron talaga tayong knowledge in terms of technology. For example, dun sa may nagtatanong how safe ba daw yung mga cell site. Basically, wala naman pong, kasi baka magkukos daw siya ng cancer. So actually, nagsasabi na yung DOH dyan na wala naman pong ebidensya na cancer po yan. So kung in terms of ilan yung taong nagka-cancer, so mayroon pong sinabi yung WHO dyan. So yeah, nandito yung health in terms of electromagnetic fields and public health sa mga base station po natin and wireless technology. So sinabi po ng conclusion dito, no, considering the low exposure and levels, kasi mahina lang yung level niya, there's no convincing scientific evidence that weak RF signals from base station network can cause adverse health effect. So WHO na po yung nagsabi dyan. So, yan din yung reason kung bakit mahina yung connectivity natin kasi hindi po tayong pa-install ng isang tower dyan. So, kulang po tayo in reality. Kulang po tayo ng towers sa Pilipinas, no? Compared to the other countries. So, make sure na tanggalin po natin yung thinking natin, no? Na nakaka-cancer po siya, no? Wala pong strong evidence po na nakaka-cancer siya. So, basahin nyo lang po itong galing sa World Health Organization. So, mayroon po silang dyan, sinasabi dyan. So, of course, hindi naman po yan ma-install kung hindi, kung nakasasama yan sa mga tao. So, make sure na, in fact, kung nandun ka sa baba ng tower, no, mahina yung signal doon. Kasi nagbo-broadcast siya doon sa taas, no? So, make sure na maka-cancer daw yan. Hindi po yan totoo. So, ito yung sinabi po ng WHO. Even the DOH already posted about this. And also, sa social media natin, we can use any other platform like Facebook. Since we are using the internet, Messenger, no? So we can use the Messenger, even government services also, using our national government portal, no? So, in fact, yung natin, the national government natin is creating a single website link to all government website. Kasi marami po ngayong nafi-phishing, no? So, basically, kung magse-search tayo, for example, magse-search tayo about passport. Yan, kung magsa-search tayo, hindi na natin malalaman kung saan dito yung totoong link or website. So that's why nag-create po yung national government natin. Tinatawag po siya na gov.ph. Single website, link to other website of the government. So yan. So mayroon po tayong single website. Ito po ay part na siguro ng ating digitalization, ating government. So para mag full force na po yung digitalization natin. So as you can see sa other countries, no, ito po yung link for gov.ph. Share ko na lang dyan. So yung gov.ph po natin is nandito yung link sa mga government services. So kung i-visit nyo lang siya, madali lang, just type gov.ph. Then we can find, for example, services about passport. So instead na i-divert tayo sa wrong na website, dito, i-divert tayo directly dun sa anong website natin gusto. For example, renewal. So we can click directly there. So about that gov.ph, so kung gusto niyo magtanong kung what is the gov.ph, no? So mayroon po silang explanation diyan. So ang purpose niya is a single window uniting all web-based government content. So para mas madali pong hanapin yung mga saktong information when it comes to the government services. So sinabi po dito, the Department of ICT, tayo po yung DICT po yung may mandate to harmonize all the national ICT plans and including the national government portal. So isa po to sa mga national initiative po natin ng ating national government. So kagaya din ng ating, for example, sa Korea, no? We can the gov.ph, we can reflect this one to the other countries. Like for this one, this is from the Korea. So yan, send ko na lang sa inyo. So as you can see, meron silang isang website. Then dito malalaman natin ano yung registration, ano yung mga services ng government, nasa isang website lang. So that they can easily, the residents of the or citizens of the Korea can access all the information about the government services. So parang ganun yung gov.ph. So when it comes to na tayo, kasi part po yan ng plano ng ating harmonizing our ICT. So kung mayroon na po tayong fully na tayo, no, tinatawag nating fully automated na tayo, no. So nandito ng lahat ng government services natin. using transaction online. So hopefully mapupush through po yan, no? So yung ibang countries like Korea, they are using this one, no? So marami ding mga challenges, no? Of course, hindi naman siya perfect, but of course, marami ding mga challenges. So ganito yung sa Korea na ginawa nila. Meron silang a single website linked to all their services. And also the other countries, mayroon din ganito, no? So Philippines also mayroon din ganyan. So, ito yung tinatawag natin na gov.ph. So I think maybe in the future you can sign up, no? Kasi baka in the future mayroon na tayong since mayroon na tayong national ID siguro, then we can access all the services, no? So imagine if you can transact this one, then mag-notify na ito yung nagamit, ito yung nag-access sa data mo, no? So mayroon siyang transparency. So ganun din yung purpose nila dito, for transparency purposes. And also, kung mag-access kayo dun sa gov.ph, wag na kayong dun sa Google na mag-Google. Direction na kayo dito sa URL mag-type. Kasi madadivert kayo kung dun kayo sa search na to, no? Punta na lang kayo dun sa URL, just type gov.ph, then under the services, nandito na po yung lahat ng information dyan. So, kung about naman dun sa COVID, for example, dito sa home, mayroon po diyang link na information about the COVID cases in the Philippines. About contribution, employment. So, hindi ka na magsa-search na single website na siya, then link to all national government services or even local, even yung LGU, no? So we are encouraging the LGU to have a website para mayroon pong transparency, para we can see all the transaction online. So ganun po yung ating roadmap natin. And also we can use like this one, we can access in the gov.ph using the census.com.ph, no? We can use the PSA para instead na pupunta kayo dun sa PSA talaga, you can, sabi ni Sir Aris, dun sa Tech4Ed, we can access it. No? So, i-deliver lang yan dyan sa inyong bahay. So, parang Lazada din. Nag-purchase kayo ng isang product, then i-deliver din dun sa bahay nyo. So, this is the step, no, how to apply, but we are not more deeper dyan. Then we can also access the services like Bureau of Internal Revenue, the Pag-ibig Fund. So just access na lang the presentation. I already share po dun sa kanyo. So what are the things po na kailangan nating i-avoid in the internet? So karamihan po meron na tayong mga news about hacking, no? Meron tayong mga ganyan, no? So in terms of that, kung titingnan natin yung mapping ng isang company, no? So just like this one, just visit na lang yan. So for Kaspersky, so mayroon po siya lang map na dyan. So makikita natin na every day po, every second, mayroon pong hacking na nangyayari. So as you can see here in the flat panel, no, kung i-off natin yung mga ibang lights na to, as you can see, meron pong every countries, no, mayroon po silang intrusion detection, no? So meaning meron po tayong nagche-check. For example, here in the Philippines, meron po tayong nagche-check kung meron bang nag-organize ng isang hacking, no? So meron po tayong intrusion detection scanning. So, meron pong every companies dyan, nagsa-scan. So, saan galing yung mga traffic, no? For example, from other places. For example, from UK to Russia, China. So, galing ba dun? No? So, once you access, for example, Facebook, pupunta po dyan dun sa ibang countries. So, or dito ba sa Singapore, no? So, yung Google po natin, mayroon po silang maraming data centers around the world. Kaya kung mag-search kayo sa Google, sobrang bilis niya. Kasi instead i-access ka doon sa US, mayroon na mga Google dito sa Singapore, doon ka na lang sa Singapore. In fact, yung ating mga social media sites is naka-cache po siya doon sa ating free wifi. Kung mag-access po kayo doon sa free wifi natin. So kung about dun sa free wifi project ng ating government, dito, no? So makikita niyo dito yung ano-anong lugar meron. So share ko na lang dyan for the free public wifi. So again, we also provided emergency communication, no? Doon sa mga nasalanta ng typhoon. Doon po tayo, bibigay po tayo ng libreng internet doon kasi nag-down po yung connectivity doon, no? In fact, dito sa Cebu, meron ding you can also access here kung saan yung mga LGUs na meron ng mga free public wifi. So nandito yung mga memorandum of agreement ng ating LGU. So you can also search also here sa mga events po natin. Diyan, meron po diyan. So ano po yung mga kailangan nating i-avoid using the internet? So first, ano yung i-define muna natin kung ano yung mga threats po natin. So like dito, meron po tayong programs na harmful. So ito po sila yung mga worm, trojans, no? So tinatawag po silang mga malwares. So malwares are malicious software designed to destroy computer or deceive, steal information. So hindi naman ganito yung actual na ano niya kasi software sila, no? So basically yung virus, ano siya, no? Pwede siyang gawing to track certain files, specific files. So ito si worm is considered is a virus din siya. Actually virus din siya. Pero yung si worm is hindi na siya kailangan ng isang for example, hindi na siya kailangan ng isang, for example, mayroong hacker, no? To target specific system. Hindi na. So basically kung mayroon tayong flash drive, automatic siya pupunta dun sa flash drive nyo tapos punta naman sa ibang device. So infected na yung device. So yung Trojan naman is para siyang same sa Trojan Wars, no? Para siyang useful na software pero yung purpose pa niya is to steal information. Yung spyware naman is nagsa-spy sa inyo. For example, you access certain website tapos tinitingnan kung ano yung kiniklik mo, ano yung ina-access mo. So parang ganun siya, no? And also the adware is about, for example, meron kayong titingin kayo ng mga free online dyan, ng mga anime, ng mga o kaya novelas, no? So if you ever to click certain parts, no, mayroon po siyang adware. Hindi po natin alam na mayroon pala nating mayroon na po tayong na-download na software. So meron pala siyang adware. So every time mag-access kayo sa another tab, magta-tab kayo diyan, access kayo about shoes, pagbalik niyo dun sa social media, about shoes naman yung nag-appear, no? So meron siyang parang tracking. Then we have also here different types of computer threats aside sa mga malware or ganun. So mayroon tayong tinatawag na phishing, which is an offense that attempts to acquire sensitive information. So yung phishing is parang ano siya, no? Isa under social engineering. So I think mayroon pa naman tayong time. So time is 4:34, no? So for example, meron tayong ano, no? So for example, magde-demo ako ng phishing, example of phishing. So fire up ko na lang yung dalawang operating system ko so that we can have a example niya. Alright. So basically dito sa demo natin, hindi ko na lang tuturo to kasi for educational purposes only naman to, for security. So basically dito sa ating right side natin, meron tayong operating system dyan for Windows 10. No? So for example, ito yung user. Then ito yung sa right side natin, we have here an hacker, no? Doing phishing attack. Yan. Merong fish dyan. Saan ba yung isa? Okay, so dito sa isa natin na example, meron tayo dito Windows 10. So dito, meron tayong Windows 10 dyan. So here, meron tayong isang Windows 10 dyan, nagpaparan. So ito yung sa user. Then here, meron tayong isang for the hacker na side. So basically yung phishing, for example, this is ano siya, nasa isang network sila. Bali yung gagawin lang natin is so lalakihan ko na lang yung ano natin, yung screen natin. Okay, hindi siya pwede. Maliit siya, no? So here, meron tayong makina siya na. Okay, so for example, ito yung hacker natin. Yan. So meron tayong install na specific computer software dito. Then yung gagawin ng isang hacker is ipa-fire up lang niya yung system niya so that we can have a victim, no? So dito, for example, nagpa-fire up na siya, then we now access dun sa ating website. So here, so access natin yung monitoring natin. So ganito yung parang mangyayari, no? In real world. Baga, sample lang to. So I did not change the password since default lang to. So ang mangyayari, yung gagawin natin is to make sure na mabiktima tong application na to, no? So, kung bibili po kayo ng isang software, kung meron pong na-detect yung isang yung operating system po natin, kasi meron po siyang built-in na Windows Defender, no? So, mas maganda po hindi po tayo bibili doon sa hindi legit talaga na taga-benta ng software na yan. Kasi hindi natin alam, meron silang tinatawag na backdoor, no? So, for example, nag-install ko po kayo ng ganyan, tapos ito lang yung price niya. So, possibly, baka infected yan. So, hindi natin alam. So, make sure na totoo talaga siya na license. Kasi kung license, hindi naman siya magde-detect ng mayroong mayroong hackathon or software dyan. No? So, meron na naman iba din, nag-share din, pero of course, illegal po yan na yung Windows na libre. May bayad po yan. No? So, dito, back sa ating presentation, no? Yung gagawin natin is gagawa tayo ng isang simple lang. No? Mag-access tayo mag-create tayo ng isang fake account, Facebook. So, yung gagawin lang natin, just highlight highlight natin yung ating URL. We copy lang dun sa link. Then punta tayo dun sa ating built-in application, which is the Social Fish. So, yung gagawin natin, kasi in reality, no? So, yung redirection is pupunta to sa fake na website. So, doon kayo, mag-login, tapos pupunin yung information. So, dito, pwede natin siyang i-divert sa ibang, for example, pupunta doon tayo doon sa YouTube. Pero in reality, yung ginagawa ng mga hacker dyan is, pupunta nila, i-divert nila doon sa ibang website na kung saan pwede nilang ma-steal yung information mo. So dyan, ito yung pinopya natin. Pinuha natin na na link or the social media. Pinuha natin kasi gusto nating mabiktima yung ating isang ano, kaibigan ba? Ano ba yan? Then, akala niya mag-login siya ng Facebook kasi nanalo siya ng 1 million. Then, i-divert natin siya dun sa fake na isang website. Once meron na yan, we can build the fake website. Ganun lang, no? Isang click lang, okay? So, meron na po tayong work-in application. So, for example, ako is, siya, no? Man in the middle attack. Nandun ako sa isang network lang kasi pwede ako makapasok sa opisina. So, can check nila, IP address. Ito yung IP address ko. So, dito naman, check ko lang, no? For example, hindi ako, as you can hear, so isang network lang sila, no? Hindi lang siya makita kasi sobrang liit. Anyway, so ganun, no? So mangyayari, yung gagawin ng isang hacker is pupunta doon siya sa isang email, login siya doon sa email niya. So for example, yan, gumawa siya ng fake na Gmail. Tapos yung gagawin niya, punta siya doon sa email niya. Yan, email niya. Login siya dyan. Tapos gagawa siya ng isang message dyan. You won 1 million pesos. Dollars, for example. Then dito, click here. Tapos yung ginawa, kinopy-paste lang pala nung dito, no? So, nilagay lang pala niya yung link dyan. Totoo. Sample lang. So, ikaw, kung pag-click mo dyan, parang siya, totoo, no? Dito lang i-click ko. Pero pag, pala is, dinadivert lang pala siya dun sa fake na account. So, dito, mayroon na tayong up and running na yung natin, system, no? As you can see, up and running na siya. Matakbo na yung ating application dyan. We're waiting for the victim na ma-receive yung email. So, dito siya, close lang natin to. So, mag-open siya ng browser niya. Tapos, pag-click niya na doon sa email, magda-divert doon sa URL niya, no? For example, so dito sa natin, so yung URL natin is change lang natin, no? So, dito, so dyan, for example, no? Sobrang liit. Medyo naglalag yung computer ko. Hindi siya mag-refresh. Anyway, no? So, for example, nandun na, nag-click na yung website. So, yan, no? So, ito na, dinivert na tayo dun sa parang totoong Facebook. Pero as you can see, kung dito titingnan nyo dun sa taas, hindi talaga siya www.facebook.com, no? Ikaw, maglalagin ka dyan. For example, login ako dyan. Then, password. So, pag login ko, so, nangyayari, i-divert niya ako dun sa YouTube. Parang weird yan, no? Ano yung nangyari? Ba't nag-login ako ng Facebook? Nandun na ako dun sa YouTube. So, ngayon, phishing na siya, no? So, kung dito sa ating platform, i-refresh na natin. So, makikita na natin dito na meron na tayong biktima, no? So we can view the details. Ito yung in-input ko na data. Kukuha na ko yung ano niya, username. Tapos yung password pala niya is password lang kasi simple lang. So ganito, no? So ito yung parang ito yung parang pinaka-example ng phishing. So dito, na-phishing na natin siya. So na-fake natin. Akala niya Facebook yun. Kasi nanalo siya ng 1 million pero wala pala. So yan. So ganun lang siya, no? Ilang segundo lang siya gagawin. So yan yung consider as a phishing. So here, meron po tayong video dyan but I cannot play it since we have limited time only. So dito, meron po yung biktima, no? I think marami yan sa social media na biktima. So, sino po yung gumagawa doon? Yung hacker po, no? So, is that done po ng isang computer hacker, no? So, steal information, exchange of data, and damage data. So, make sure na strong talaga yung password natin. So, as you can see here, mayroon pong isang babae, no? Na-hack yung Facebook niya. So, may nakita yung malisyoso pong meron po siyang ganun, no? Right? So, next also is the identity theft using people's personal information. So, karamihan nandito yan sa no? Facebook. Kinokopya lang yung information. So, make sure na yung iba, yung sa akin nga is hindi siya, kumpletong pangalan, no? So, make sure na hindi lahat na i-reveal natin dun sa social media. Okay, kung mayroon kayong social media, make sure siguro na mayroon kayong turn on nyo yung tinatawag nating two authentication factor. So make sure pupunta lang kayo dun sa settings ng inyong account. For example, you're using Facebook, punta lang kayo, then dun sa security, you can add two authentication factor, no? Para pag may nag-login, tapos hindi nyo alam, malalaman nyo, uy, may nag-login somewhere in this place, no? Pero hindi naman kayo nagla-login. So, mas maganda, mayroon kayong two authentication factor or two-step verification. Okay? So, dapat mayroon po kayong ganyan. So, meron ding iba, sinasabing like for example ito, no? Mostly, nandun ito sa mga hacking community, no? So, ito, kung gusto niyo siyang malaman kung yung email niyo is na-compromise ba kasi you're just using your email password or password niyo is the same lang sa lahat ng social media. So once i-click niyo yan, you can check kung compromise ba yung email niyo. Example, ito. So kasali ba siya sa mga known na breach, data breach? Wala. For example, meron ako ditong fake na isang account. Yan, no? Tapos na mayroon, check ko yan. So, ito, oh no, no? So, nangyari, kasali ako sa mga dalawang breach na site. So, anong gagawin niyo pag ganito, no? Of course, hindi na natin ma-recover yung mga ganun, no? If gusto nating mag-file ng case, we can sue them, no? Using with the help of cybersecurity. So dito nalalaman natin mayroong dalawang breaches. So kung ganito mangyari, make sure to change password immediately, no? Dapat hindi the same yung password nyo, no? Kasi uso na ngayon yung, for example, nag-login kayo, like for example, meron kayong ganito, no, sa office nyo. Merong uso na ngayon, like for example, mag-login kayo. You can log in single sign-in authentication. So, mas maganda din to, no? Kasi hindi ka na mag-remember dun sa password mo. Maganda to siya. Pero problema, make sure na alam mo yung application kung ano yung connected dito. So, basically, kikita yan dun sa dito. Ano yung mga nagra-run ng mga application or activities na ginawa nyo. So, nandun yan sa mga security options ng computer nyo. So, just like this one, malalaman nyo kung saan kayo nakalagin na device. So, nandun sa security, malalaman mo saan na yung phone mo, no? Tapos, ano yung mga third parties na account na enable mo to access. So, dito, sana to. Kung using single sign-on kayo, so basically, malalaman nyo dito sa settings nyo. Under the settings, makikita nyo kung ano yung mga access apps na nag-access dun sa account nyo. So, you can manage. No? So, you can disable, no? So, nandyan. So, make sure to use this two identification factor. Yan, just like this one. Or you can use app password. Maganda din yan for security. Just make sure to use this one. And also, no, make sure na hindi kayo magpo-post dun sa social media like yung ID nyo. Huwag talaga kayong magpo-post kasi baka may tatawag sa inyo, may loan na kayo na 800,000. So, just like dito, may video tayo pero hindi ko na lang siya i-play. Isang teacher to nag-post online sa PRC niya. Of course, mayroon naman tayong mga Photoshop, no? Libre mga software. So, you can use that. Ang mangyari, pwedeng Photoshop lang, tapos i-print, may resolution lang, wala na. Then of course, dun sa social media, di ba, mayroon tayong mga birthday. Uy, happy birthday. So, usually, mga password natin is related dun sa birthday natin. Tapos, sino yung kailan yung mansari, kailan yung anniversary, related lang yung password natin. No? So, mas mabuti siguro if ever we privately lang. If pwede. Then, of course, dapat, ano yung data privacy natin. So, yung data privacy is for securing protection of information. So, hindi ko na lang ito siya i-play. So, ito yung mga ways of protecting information. Dapat mayroon po tayong antivirus. So, kung pupunta kayo dun sa settings, no, sa inyong Windows 10, dito, click yung Windows settings. Mayroon po dyan under sa updates and security. Mayroon po dyan Windows security. So, mas maganda din yung Windows Defender. Built-in na po siya, hindi na po kailangan bumili ng additional na antivirus. Pero if ever mayroon dun kayo sa office nyo, hindi naman siya problema. No? Mas maganda mayroon kayong protection at the edge of kung kahit walang internet, no? Meron kayong protection kasi nagpapasa kayo ng flash drive. Mas maganda meron kayong antivirus. Then make sure to frequently update your operating system to install the latest patches of the software. Kasi pag hindi, mayroon tayong tinatawag na 0 day. So, meaning dyan is hindi alam ng, for example, Microsoft na mayroon parang vulnerability na sa system nila. No? So, yung operating system yung parang nag-coordinate dun sa application software at saka sa hardware. So, basically, kung i-hack nila yung operating system mo tapos may access sila, the bigger possibility na pwede nilang makukuha lahat ng information or lahat ng files doon mo sa computer mo. So, make sure mayroon po tayong antivirus to protect from malware devices. So, the same pa rin din sila. Antivirus is a virus pa din, but also it detects some certain querying of data, no? Yan. And also, kanina, no, may nagtanong kanina, no, bumili siya tapos mayroon daw hack tool. Make sure trusted yung software na binili nyo. Doon kayo sa mga kilala talagang nagbebenta. Mayroon po yung mga distributed software distributor. No? Doon lang talaga tayo. Huwag po doon sa Lazada lang. Kasi hindi natin alam, no? Hinaka lang pala yan. Then of course, dapat mayroon tayong firewall. So, sa Windows 10 natin is built-in na po yan. So, don't worry, meron na siya. Pero, yung firewall dito, for example, in certain organization, dapat we need to install also a firewall. So, meron tayong software dyan, meron din tayong hardware. So, basically, yung firewall, nagpifilter siya ng mga access of data. No? For example, nag-access sila sa isang email server, So, pinipilter lang yung legit na information. Then, make sure to back up your data also. Kasi, usually, mostly, nasisira yung ano ko, sir, computer. Tapos, sir, may backup ka? Wala. So, mangyari, wala. Walang mangyari. So, kung doon kayo sa settings nyo, again, sa settings ng Windows nyo, meron po tayo dyang updates and security. And make sure you frequently back up your data. So, offline, either offline or online. No? So make sure to back up your data every time. And also, strong password. Make sure. So, ito po yung mga sample ng ating mga strong password. So, you can use random password para hindi po siya related sa inyo. You can use this parang style na to, no? Kasi madali lang siyang i-remember. Or you can use different language, no? Mas maganda. Kasi yung iba dito, siguro, majority dito, no? The same lang yung password. Mga 80% siguro, no? Then, you cannot, make sure you don't use this one. So, common lang siya. So, mabuti na ngayon, yung mga application natin is di-recognize kung hindi ba siya, mas madali ba siyang i-hack or hindi. Kasi, common lang siya ng word. So, mayroon kasing sinasabi sila na dictionary attack. So, mayroon pong database yung Google for that. So, for example, so let's check. SIM security. So, mayroon pong Google hacking database. So, basically, nandito yung mga most common na mga database na exploit. So, they can reuse these credentials. So, ganun po yan. Meron pong sinasabi na parang dictionary attack. Hindi na po natin itatakol yan. So, bali yung nangyari is, mayroon siyang listahan ng mga ganito, common password. So, mangyari if ever na someone accessing, trying to log in, they use that kind of password. So, mayroon po ganyan. So, silang mga updated list. So, if you click it one, mayroon po yung TXT dyan. You can search kung ano yung information dyan. So, of course, hindi na tayo magdi-demo dyan. So, mga technical na siya na part. Alright, no? So, yun po, no? So, make sure hindi po tayo mag-share ng information. So, make sure ganyan. Kung ano kayo, make sure to change your password. Kasi yung Yahoo, meron dito nagsasabi na may Yahoo daw siya. So, na-hack yung Yahoo noon, no? So, make sure to change it. Kasi binibenta na yung ano niyan, username nyo, tsaka password sa dark web, no? So, ito yung mga laws and sanctions. Mayroon po tayong batas that cover this area. Isa na dito yung Data Privacy Act of 2012. So, meron po dyan. So, meron po tayong, ito po yung batas, tutulong dun sa atin. So, kung about naman dun sa data privacy, just visit this link na lang kasi hindi po natin makacover lahat. But again, meron po tayong batas ng Data Privacy Act of 2012. Under po siya ng National Privacy Commission. So, meron po tayong ito, kung paano po tayo mag-complain, no? Mag-submit ng isang complaint, mayroong isang data breach na nangyari, no? Meron po yung kaukulang penalties dyan, naka-refer. So, ito po yung mga rights natin. So, just refer na lang dito sa link. Yan. So, ito po yung rights natin, no? So, mayroon po tayong maraming rights dito. So, ito po siya, right to be informed, right to be accessed, right to object, right to erasure and blocking, right to damages, right to complain, right to rectify, and right to data portability. Ito po yung mga rights natin as sa atin po, no? Meron po tayong mga rights dyan. So, meron po silang mga example dyan sa National Privacy Commission. Just check na lang kung saan to siya For example, right to be informed. No? So, meron po tayong right kung paano natin pinaprocess yung data. So, just like dun sa form namin, we only use your data as to for the webinar. Hindi po namin yan i-benta, no? Kasi bawal po yan. So, just access na lang dun. So, meron po dyan about sa quick guide ng ating Data Privacy Act. Under po yan ng National Privacy Commission. So again, yung internet kasi natin, gumagamit ng internet, is more on skyrocketing po siya. Almost for 4 point, ano yan? Dito. So as you can see here, so as you can see, meron pong more than 4.7 billion, no, ng access. Then ito po yung every second. No? Share ko na lang yung link na yan to access. So meron pong ganyan. No? So just access na lang dun sa link. Then meron din tayong cybersecurity. Ay Cybercrime Prevention Act of 2012. No? Ito po yung batas kung saan prevent, investigate, suppress, no? And also imposition of penalties. So if ever na mayroong hacking na nangyayari, just report the nearest police station or ask help from the DICT or the cybersecurity ng inyong organization, no? So that immediately ma-inform. So ito yung mga karamihan ng mga under ng batas na to. So libel, hindi po tayo magpo-post ng kung ano-ano lang, hindi totoo. So ito yung mga sample news. Then ano yung internet etiquettes, no? Or the etiquettes or tamang gawin kung mag-internet tayo using for better safe and online environment. So first, ito po lahat, summary sa ating topic. So use fully protective devices. Don't forget to add passcode or PIN code sa devices niyo. Frequently change din po yan. Then also, ito din. No? So don't publish personal information. Verify application before installing. So kung doon kayo sa Google Play nyo, make sure na maganda yung reviews niya. So kagaya ng bumili kayo ng isang product online, make sure basahin nyo talaga yung reviews bago kayo bumili. Don't upload inappropriate photos. Isa din yan. Then avoid using inappropriate language. So yan po in summary. No? So again, yung security, kahit mayroon pang marami tayong security tools na ginagamit. So ang pinaka most vulnerable pa din is yung user pa din. So as a user, make sure na gagawin natin yung itong internet etiquettes. Wala yan sa tools na ginamit mo, nasa gumagamit yan. Alright, so that's all for today. And if you have any question, just chat ang box. If wala na, then balik tayo dun sa form. No? Yes, application. Balik tayo doon. So, again, mayroon po tayong form doon. Ayun. Dito po siya, no? Yan. So, yung gagawin nyo, huwag nyo pong i-double click siya. Tapos, open with Google Docs. Wala po ganyan. So, yung gagawin nyo siya is just click. Right click, download. So, for example, ito, no? So yan, for example, meron po tayong ganito. So, pag ito, meron na kayong access, wag na kayong mag-sign in, just click lang yung download. Then, once ma-fill up niya siya, meron po tayong deadline dyan. So, Friday po yung last deadline natin. Ito. So, I think mag-extend tayo, my friend, by Tuesday na lang. Next Tuesday.
Sure.
So, we extend by next Tuesday, no? So, lahat ng submission is dapat ma-submit nyo. So, just like that. So, just click yung download. Then, you need to fill up the form. Once, ano na. So, again, yung dito po, sa baba na to, yung please do not detach, no? Huwag nyo lang siyang pilapan. Okay? So, wala po yung bayad, libre po yan, shouldered by DICT. Kasi part po to ng services ng DICT, kaya mayroon pong form na ganito. Then, dito sa course na to, meron po dyan, yung course po natin dyan is digital literacy. Yung application date po niya is ngayon. Dapat ngayon yung date, hindi po Friday. Ngayon talaga yung date. So, if you remember, mayroon kayong relevant IT trainings, you can add here kung mayroon lang kayo. If applicable naman tong information, you can add. Kung wala naman, just add NA na lang, no? Or not applicable. So, dito, yung signature nyo. So, again, once ma-download nyo siya, i-save nyo siya as so, for example, mayroon kayong picture dyan. Make sure na mayroon kayong picture. Yan. Then, you fill up all the information here. Then, once ma-fill up niya, just make sure to, for example, mayroon kayong signature dito. Yan, meron na kayong signature. Example lang. So, once okay na lahat, you can save it as a PDF. And email it to, so i-save nyo siya, make sure meron kayong pangalan dyan, then save. Alright, so save nyo lang siya. Yan, so once okay na, meron na tayo dito sa screen natin. So ito yung i-email nyo kay Sir Aris. Okay, so yun yung i-email nyo kay Sir Aris. In PDF format, hindi po yung naka-Word. PDF po. Kung mag-send kayo ng Word, okay lang din, pero mas maganda PDF. I-email nyo siya, wag dito po kasi wag nyo pong i-send yung yung information nyo dito sa chat, doon sa email namin kasi baka merong access dyan. So wag lang po. Alright, so yung email po ni Aris is aris.zeta@dict.gov.ph. Sir, saan po makita yung course? Okay, sa Tech4Ed po yan na tanong.
Ma'am Kira, nasa ano po? Tech for Ed, tapos doon po sa RIS. Nakita niyo po, ma'am?
Sige, so okay lang yung nakasend na. So, okay na yan, as long as nakasend na. Then, magbibigay naman po kami ng monitoring kung anong kulang nyo talaga. So, as of ngayon, hindi pa muna kami magbibigay ng link for that. But again, mag-create po kami ng isang monitoring. So, mag-create po kami ng isang monitoring dyan. Okay. So, baka meron pa ibang tanong dito. Wala pong bayad po yung training na to. So, ilagay po niyo yung signature niyo. Yung signature. So, just make sure to save it as a ano lang kasi PDF talaga para walang mga changes mangyari. Then, so yun, no? So, make sure to change your passwords once nakita nyo na phone na yung website nyo. Kasi yung nangyari dyan is parang community kasi siya na ini-inform yung public na kasali yung ano sa inyo, no? So, mayroong mga news po yan na mayroong pong nag-data breach. Baka kasali kayo dyan. So, ganun, no? So, make sure to change password immediately kasi hindi naman natin mahahabol yan. Pero kung gusto nyo talaga, you can apply naman for the complaint, no? Tutulungan po kayo ng National Privacy Commission that. Okay, so mayroon pa bang katanungan? So bukas po yung topic natin about word processing, no? So basically gagawa po tayo ng kagaya doon ng form na yun. And we will also tackle about advanced din na topic. So maybe baka dadating tayo doon sa ano, yung sa tawag doon sa macro. So depende din, no? Kasi 4 hours lang yung allotted natin. And kung mayroon kayong question, just email na lang sa email ko. So yung recorded video is i-email lang din namin. So again, yung recorded video is i-email lang namin. Also, yung ano din, yung attendance, if ever wala kayong naka-attendance, kasi merong putol-putol yung connection nyo, you can email. Hindi kasi namin siya pinopost dun sa Facebook page kasi gusto namin na exclusive lang talaga siya, no? Sino lang yung naka-attend, sila lang yung maka-access. Then also, again, yung recorded video isi-send namin through email mamaya. So, i-upload namin siya sa isang platform, dalawang platform para ma-access nyo later. Then, yung attendance, isi-send namin para, again, maka-attendance din kayo kasi medyo iba, magputol-putol yung connection. As you can see, mayroong magla-log out, magla-log in. Then, yung application form is next week, Tuesday, yung deadline. No? So, yun yung deadline next week. Then, bukas, mayroon po tayong activity. So, magsa-start na po tayo dun sa parang pinaka-highlight po ng training na to. No? So, ngayon is more on orientation about internet connectivity. I'm sure mayroon kayo yung ding na-learn konti, no? Again, as a foundation lang to, no? Hindi po to siya as a part of intensive na training. Like, for example, penetration testing. So, hindi na po part na to, no? So, more on, ano lang to, foundation. Ano yung mga tips, no? So, again, you can search more about security. Nandun po, mayroon akong nilagay na link. You can access that one para masa-search niyo kung ano yung dapat na gawin. Then, bukas, magsa-start na po yung assignment natin. So, word processing hanggang sa day 4, no? Yun lang po yung may assignment, saka may activity. So, mayroon po siyang sa assignment, mayroon po tayong 32 items. Mayroon din tayong quiz every day. So, from day 2 to day 4. So, make sure na chine-check niyo yung presentation na sinare namin. So, yung link ng presentation, isi-share din namin sa inyo. So, don't worry, no? I-email namin lahat. So, lahat ng mag-register will email po, especially dun sa nag-attendance. So, mamaya, magsasend din kami sa new link for the Google Meet. So, itong link na to, hindi na po natin gagamitin. We will use the other link para ma-minimize po natin yung, for example, mayroong nag-share tapos hindi kasali. Tapos, ano siya. Pero, again, yung iba, pwede naman humabol din kasi nandun pa tayo sa first day. So, pwede din kayong humabol. So, yun.